by themselves, they'll probably cross the street, right? You may not be a dangerous person, but history has proven that cisgender men tend to be, uh, harmful towards women, and so I'm not an evil person. I would never attack a woman, but I get it. You know, Men
Yeah, I've
are
never
assholes,
attacked
and
anyone.
right, exactly. But you know what? There have been enough men that makes it harder for you, right? Because they've ruined it in a way. Straight men. I don't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then what is the cis thing?
You're cis,
So, right.
Yeah, what is that?
cisgender.
Cis basically refers to you identify with your sex assigned at birth. And, before you go all upset about being called cis, nobody is actually walking up to you on the street corner and calling you that. The only time you hear the term cis is, medical field, I guess, or if you're in a space where there's transgender people and a conversation taking place where we use it to differentiate who is trans and who is not. It's typically only said one time during an introduction and then never spoken about again.
So what's the point?
The point is, so people like in this live don't accidentally lock you into a category of being a transgender man by guilty of association, right? Just because you're in this live, people could very possibly assume that you are a transgender man, right? So, as the host, I like to protect my guests, right? And I would say, hold on, guys. Clapper is a cisgender man. He is not a transgender man.
Why
You
can I
might be
just be?
a man.
Yeah,
You can. You are.
No one's saying you can't be. No one's taking that away from you. Cis is just a descriptor. It's just
Would
like
you
calling somebody tall or short or blonde or white or black. It's just a descriptor. It takes nothing away from your identity as a man.
would you
it
be
seems like an
offended?
unnecessary descriptor.
Well, I just explained to you the reasons when we use it. Would you be offended of the
You said it's
700
only
and
basically like it's. I don't know. It's
would you be offended? Would you be offended of all the people that are in here right now if all of everybody assumed that you were a transgender man, meaning you were a biological female?
I mean, I would just
Th-
tell them that I'm not. If they
What
were
if
all
you were
saying it or
what if
thinking,
you
I
were
would just say, "Hey guys, I'm not."
constantly bombarded with it? What if people misgendered you and also called you by pronouns that you did prefer or feel comfortable with?
Well, I have pretty thick skin. I would just ignore it, tell them that
Really?
it's.
So if you were watching the news all day every day, if you were in lives like this all day every day, and you were listening to the literally thousands of comments that Goose and other lives get, where they attack them, say that they're not men, say that they're not women, say that they have a mental health disorder. I mean, you name it. That wouldn't bother you? Really? Like, truthfully, that wouldn't bother you.
And like they
I
didn't
mean,
believe you. Well, like if they didn't believe you, they're
let's
like,
say,
there's no way, Clapper. I don't believe that you're a cisgender man. I don't believe you. Prove
let's
it.
say, let's say I'm dumb, and a bunch of people were calling me dumb, making fun of me. I'm dumb, you know. It's not gonna affect me because it's the truth.
Well,
Mm,
no, that's not how it
I
is.
mean,
That's not how
there's always
derogatory
you gotta
language
know.
works.
There's always gonna be those people who don't care, who are gonna be rude. They're never gonna go away. So just
of
let
course.
them call you that and just be on. You know what I
That's
mean?
not how it works, Clapper. And quite honestly, that's a very disingenuous answer because nobody likes being bullied. Nobody likes being made fun of. Nobody likes being denied their identity. And to say that you can just, walk away from it or ignore it is just not realistic, especially when,
It works more, believe it
communities,
or not.
especially when communities of marginalized populations are having legislation put against them that is threatening their way of life, that is threatening their ability
I don't think
to
anyone's life
live.
should be threatened. I never. I don't think that's way too
But you
far.
are, but you are part of the mindset that that is acceptable. That is
Because of
what
my
is
religion.
happening. That's the no, 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 no. That you said you're transphobic. You
I
said
mean,
that
because
several
of
minutes
that
ago.
live
Hold
setup,
on,
I'm not
hold on,
cis. I'm transphobic
hold
or
on.
whatever it said.
But the fact that you are saying you are transphobic and you
Well,
are not understanding the impact of what is going on within the trans community and how they are literally being driven out of states and prevented from accessing basic human rights is incredibly problematic and furthering the
which human
narrative
rights?
that which human rights, access to medical care, freedom to
That's
assemble,
too
freedom
far.
of speech,
That's
the
too far.
ability to move freely throughout your space. Those are all things that are
The
being
only
threatened.
one I can understand is, I don't know if this is one of them, but like going to a public bathroom, stuff like that. I
That's
mean,
also a denying of a basic human right
yeah.
as well.
Now
So wait, hold on.
the no
So you
medical
think?
is kind of crazy because we're all humans. That one's
Yeah,
kind
So
of
so
wait.
that's what's
So
going on in Florida
so are you
and
saying that
Texas.
people should be required to use the bathrooms of their
if you
assigned
change your
sex?
gender, you should go to the bathroom from your first gender, the one that you didn't feel fit,
So your
the one
sex.
that you didn't believe was
People.
true. I feel like you
So
should still go to that one just out of respect of other
But
so wait,
why?
people.
Clapper. Do you know that I'm trans?
No, I didn't know that. I don't know.
That I was born female? So with that logic, you're saying I should be using the ladies' bathroom.
Uh,
Is that, are you standing on that still? Or
that was pretty good. Uh,
It's
I
not
don't
pretty.
know.
No, I'm not like. I'm just like. I'm not trying to like get you nothing. I'm just like trying to get you to understand, like with that comment and some of these laws that are
I wasn't trying to.
being passed. People like you. You're basically saying you want me to use the women's bathroom.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
guess if it's, I mean, in certain cases, then you should be good because they're not going to
so
know.
so if you pass,
I mean, if they're not going to know, like, if you're, but the whole not getting medical and stuff, that's too far.
But it's also,
And I would never be hateful or hurt anyone or bully anyone. What I was trying to say is having
well,
thick skin in life will get you way further. I think
but
there's facts
that's
behind it too.
but
With
that's the
being
thing, is that you're speaking from a position of privilege as somebody who does not have to deal with this
privileged.
every single day. Yeah, you don't have to deal with this every single day like the trans and
Well, there's other
non-binary
things.
communities do. Hold on. When your life is being threatened and your ability to live freely is being threatened, it's a lot harder to just say, I'm just going to brush it off or have thick skin, because thick skin doesn't do shit if the laws are literally preventing you from accessing needed services, or you have people that are calling for your unaliving, which happens, I promise you, multiple times a day on these lives. That's really hard to ignore.
Yeah, and I said before that's way too far.
But that's what's happening. That's
I
the
don't agree
norm.
with that.
But you are part of that narrative by saying you are transphobic, trans men are women, and trans
Well,
women are men.
no.
It's
I
nerdy,
you.
think
It's the
nerdy. I said that because of that
microaggressions that
live.
build.
no.
It's the
I think he got confused. Like in Mel's live where it says if you're not cis, you're transphobic, and people always come in and they're like, "Oh, I'm not transphobic," but they didn't understand what a double entendre is. That's
But
all.
then
I'm
he
not
just
gonna.
said
I
he's
thought they
trans.
were lettering and stuff, kind of like what you got going on up top, blue and pink and white, the trans flag colors, right? I thought that's what it was. So I said, yeah, I am transphobic if I don't, because I'm not cis. That's what I'm saying. But do I hate on trans people? No. And I told you the one thing I disagreed with.
And that's fine. You can disagree.
And I
Hold on.
don't think I was being hateful by spreading the word of God.
So
I didn't
Clapper,
go in there saying I was going to hate anyone or kill anyone or
Unalive.
All I
So,
did was spread the word of God. I don't get
Clapper,
how that's hateful. But they
if
banned me,
if
which is
I
fine.
were in a restroom, dressed as I am in the picture up there, by the way, it is squashed just to fit in the thing. If I am dressed like that in the restroom and I'm in the men's restroom, are you going to step in to defend me?
To defend you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if I really have to go to the bathroom, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and leave. I mind my own business. I'm not gonna. So you're saying if someone's like being rude to you,
Oh, let's start with rude. How about we move up to
I'm not gonna take any
also
sides. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and
threatening?
leave.
So if someone were threatening me, you would just do your business and leave.
Look, unless it's like my family or a really close friend, I'm not gonna get hurt or killed for like. I mean, if it's a little kid, that's different. Like if I'm saving a little kid, but if it's some, I'm not even gonna go to the bathroom. I'm just gonna walk out and hold it.
Please say unalive and not the K word because it's against TikTok terms of service and you can get your account violated.
Which word?
Just say
Unalive.
Well, yeah, I'm saying I'd probably just not go to the restroom in there. If there was I don't know. Because
Would you
look, what
call?
if I
Would
help
you?
you and I got like
In
stabbed
the
or something?
restroom,
What if I got
in the,
stabbed helping you?
if
Would you
there
ask?
was a transgender woman in the restroom being threatened, you
Hmm.
would just walk away.
Look, like I said, if it was a little kid or something, I would help that little kid. I'm not gonna let anything happen to a little kid. If it was a family, obviously, a close friend, but like a stranger, I know it sounds like
Would you call for help, or would you just turn your back?
it just falls under like I don't know what's going on. Like, what if that trans person just, or what if I don't know the whole story? What if one of them is like I don't know. It's more of like I just mind my own business type thing.
Okay. See, this is where when you say you don't want any harm, actually interferes with reality. Now, I know you don't want to personally see yourself harmed or your family or a child. But by saying that Goose needs to go in the women's restroom and I need to go in the men's restroom, you place very little value on the idea that once we enter that space, if someone takes issue with us, if someone wants to assault us because they believe we are in the wrong restroom, or in my case, they believe that I'm the wrong kind of person, by saying that I'm required to use the men's room, Goose is required to do the women's room, you are saying it's okay if we are assaulted because it doesn't affect you.
I mean, if it was me, right? Like, thankfully, I've never had this happen. But if I was ever in the men's restroom and I saw, let's say, I don't know, like I wouldn't know if the person was trans or not. It wouldn't matter if it was anybody, right? That they were getting ganged up on and bullied in a bathroom. I would, I would probably say something, right? I probably wouldn't physically do anything. I would say something. If they didn't stop, then I would walk out and I would call for help. I would, because as a decent human, like I don't want anybody to be assaulted for any reason, Doesn't matter
Goose,
if I know them or not. What's up?
Goose. You got to think about the reality. What if you go in there and help and you get like something really bad happens to you and you're laying there and like, was it really worth it? Or
But what
should you
if it,
just mind your own
but
business?
dude, but like,
Because you
what if
never
it was,
know.
but what if it was you, right? What if it was you that was getting assaulted, right? Would you want me to just turn away and like, oh, I don't know that guy, I hope he's gonna live through that, Or would you want me to help you? You would probably want me to help you, you know?
I mean, I
Call for
carry
help.
self-protection, so it's a little different for me.
So,
Yeah, but
Clapper,
I
You've
would want
identified,
somebody to help
Self-protection,
me.
not to scare anyone or nothing. I carry self-protection.
Clapper, you've identified yourself as a Christian,
That's right.
and yet you are holding an ideology that is contrary to the very concepts of Christianity.
And why is that?
You are focused in self, not even fulfilling the law of Jesus when he said, you shall love your neighbor, you shall love stranger, you shall love your enemy, and those words are not emotional, those words are actions as exemplified in the story of the Samaritan.
Well, let me ask you this. I got people to take care of. I have a family to take care of. If something happens to me, who's going to take care of them?
So then you are
Right.
acknowledging that you refuse to follow the very command of Jesus.
No.
That's what it sounded like. You just said you're taking care of your family, but you are not willing to take care of your
It
neighbor.
also says in the Bible, talks a lot about family. So
It
it goes
does
both
Does that
ways.
mean that
family.
you don't take care of your fellow man because it also talks about taking care of your family? Like they don't
See,
cancel each other out.
Clapper, here's where the thing kind of comes together. As a Christian, do you believe that the Ten Commandments is a formational rule of law?
What was that?
Do the Ten Commandments form a formational or foundational rule of law?
Yes. Look, Ten Commandments are broken all the time. But that's why you ask God for forgiveness. And in the end, he'll judge you.
Okay, but going beyond that, so if the Ten Commandments are a foundational rule of law or formational rule of law, then is not Jesus's own words on what is the commandment that you should follow in life also foundational?
I mean, it's just, I guess it's also how you're raised.
You said you're Christian. That is pretty much fundamental in Christianity.
I mean, these are also situations where, like, we could sit here and say we'll do this and we'll do that, but when it comes down to the actual thing, what would you really do?
I mean, if I was in a bathroom and there was like a hold up, a stick up, and somebody had a pew pew, right? Like, of course, I'm not going to put myself in that position. Also, if I was in the bathroom and I was there by myself with two other people, you know, and this other person was like 6'7", 300 and something pounds, right? I probably am not going to, get myself into a physical altercation with this person, right? Because I'm a parent as well, and I have a family, right? But I surely wouldn't just walk away though and do nothing. Like if you saw a cisgender woman getting attacked on the street, would you do anything to help her, or would you just walk away?
Cisgender woman, so is that
A
that's
biological, a female, right? A girl, a
okay.
mother.
I mean, I know I sound like a coward, but like I said, nowadays you don't know what people have on them. And I don't know
It's
if
true,
it's
you
worth
don't.
dying for. I don't know if it's worth dying when you
But
have
you
a family.
carry self-protection. So what's the point of carrying self-protection if you're worried about what
That's
other
not
people
me
may
being.
have?
Well,
What was it?
Clapper, I'm not going to tell you to be a hero, and, I'm not even religious. So I'm just going to say it like this. How do you want this to be implemented in the real world? Would you want your manhood to be questioned and that store employees have the authority to look at your genitalia to determine what you are?
It says on my ID what I am.
It says it on
So
mine
It
as
also
well.
says on
it
my
says
ID
it on,
what I
yeah,
am.
it says it on Goose's ID as well. That doesn't mean anything.
I mean,
We're not talking about IDs. So you want ID check every time you
well,
have to use the
you're
bathroom?
talking about proving what gender you are. I mean,
But Clapper, would you want ID checks every time you use the bathroom? So if somebody forgets their wallet, if a homeless person doesn't have an ID, they shouldn't be
Do
able to
we
use
need
the
a
public restroom, and they should use it on the side of the street?
do we need a restroom access card that is issued by the state we live in? Therefore, we can verify what bathroom we are allowed to go into.
But I'm not even talking about that because he's talking about IDs, right? Not everybody has an ID, right? People leave their IDs at home, right? Some people are kids. Why would they have an ID? Should kids like hold it and can't go to the bathroom because they don't have an ID?
So is that a thing now?
What? No, I'm saying in your magical world, right? How are we going to determine? Oh my gosh, thank you so much. How are we going to
Yay.
determine somebody's biological sex? Would you want somebody to check your genitalia, your chromosomes? You want it to be IDs, so kids don't have IDs. Homeless people don't have IDs. Some people don't have IDs at all.
Don't homeless
So
people just go to the restroom outside?
yeah, but that's illegal. It's
Because they're
illegal.
homeless.
So should we
I
make it
know, but
That's
illegal to
public
use the
indecency.
yeah,
but
that's
they're
public
homeless, guys. I
indecency.
mean, the least
So
we can do is let them go outside. They don't have a
Let
home.
Michaelis finish talking, please.
Yeah, I'm saying is, would you rather that everybody has to have an ID, even if you couldn't afford an ID, even if you don't have it with you, kids that don't have IDs, they all can't use the bathroom, is what you want?
Wow, Nicole.
I mean, if it
I've
comes
seen
to
you
that,
so
I
long.
mean, for the people who don't have it, I guess just go use the restroom at home. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean,
What if they're on a road trip? The child is 9 years old. They have to pee. They don't have an ID because they're 9 years old. Then what?
these are all hypothetical. Like, this is not an
It's
actual.
not
It's not
hypothetical. It's
hypothetical.
reality.
It's
A
very
lot of
real.
people don't have IDs. So what I'm saying is, should they not be allowed to use the bathroom?
Of course, they should use the bathroom.
It's not a hypothetical situation
That's a
because my
reality.
husband goes through it on a daily basis.
Hi,
Yeah,
Nicole.
it's not a hypothetical situation. How would you want to implement this into the world?
So wait, hold on. Let me ask a question real quick because everyone in here is stating that if something were to go down in a bathroom that they wouldn't help, they wouldn't do this, they wouldn't do that, they would simply just walk the other way. So let me ask a really good question of if it was a domestic violence situation, say a woman or a man beating on a woman, would you intervene then?
Oh yeah, I've asked this question already. He said no. Because you
You
don't.
would not intervene.
I mean, you don't know. I mean, look, you don't know what that person has on them.
You're right.
That guy
Nobody
could.
knows
That guy
what
could.
anybody has on them, but
That
would
guy
you
could
let
drop
a
you.
woman bear
But
the
you
beating?
carry a pew pew. You said yourself you carry a pew pew.
I mean, what if it
So
was what if it was your child? I mean, like just kind of like turn it
I
around a
told you,
little bit
family is that's
and
way
just.
different.
But
wouldn't
let's
you
say,
want
but let's
somebody to
say,
intervene?
right. But like, if I wasn't like, let's
I
say
would,
something
but if they
happened
didn't, I mean,
let's say something happened on like a class trip with one of my kids, right? I would be like, if somebody was trying to hurt my child and nobody did anything, they would have problems with me. I
Mm-hmm.
would want anybody and everybody to do whatever they had to do to protect my child
I mean
or
that's
my
what we want, but
mother,
that's not how people are.
my father, my brothers, my friends, anybody, anybody. Because, you know, if that is your mindset that, I have a family and you don't know what that person has, when the time comes when you need somebody to help you, there's not going to be anybody there.
And you can change that. You said that that's not the reality, but the reality is you can change that. Is you can step in to help, and you can be that person, and you can protect others, because that's what I would do. And I'm a woman. I would step in. I've done it before. I've done it
Y'all,
before where
Right.
I've
I would
seen.
step in as well, but we cannot make
y'all,
Clapper
You guys are
a
very,
hero.
you guys are very brave and noble.
Yeah,
y'all,
just because there's a lot of times where I needed somebody to help me and nobody helped me. So I
We're
do.
talking about like assault here. I mean, you don't
Yes,
know, you don't know
yes, I
what
have
happened.
stepped
You
in.
don't.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have stepped in the
I was
middle of an
being
assault.
assaulted and no one
y'all.
did anything. They did
This
nothing at
motherfucker
all.
is a debate bro. He has no position. He is just trying to get y'all riled up. I asked
I'm
the
not riled
questions
up.
I needed to ask to be able to discount his
That's not true.
position.
You're the only one
So
that sounds
he
riled
is
up.
a debate bro.
But no, Clapper, I just need you to
You sound riled up.
I just need you to answer my question though. I don't know how you want us to implement this because there are many people without IDs. Are you going to tell a 3-year-old, yeah, you can't go use the bathroom
I
because you don't
guess
have an
we're
ID?
just gonna have to go off basic looks of what we know to be a man and a woman.
But wait a
All
But
right.
minute.
so
So
okay,
this, wait,
wait.
hold on,
Okay,
wait.
great, Clapper. So should it be a
Oh, I fell for the
vote? Wait,
trap, didn't I?
Clapper. Should it be a vote for the people in the store, like the manager and the employees, all go look at you and be like, ah, that looks like a woman to me, or oh, that looks like a man to me. Should it be a vote?
Yeah, nowadays, now I'm done for saying that. Nowadays, with how everything is.
But
Can
wait a
I
minute.
ask
So
a
wait, hold
question?
on.
Nowadays, we should do a vote. You would want to vote.
No, I'm saying like with people changing their looks and modifying their looks and
Hold
stuff.
on,
I'm not
Michaela.
trying to be
Wait,
hateful.
let
I'm just
me
saying.
provide some education here because this is literally what I'm majoring in college, and this is the biggest debate that we have. Gender and sex are two different things. Gender is a sociological aspect where we fit into the conformity of what society blames to be a male or a female. Sex is what your DNA and your chromosomes make your anatomy. Gender is a spectrum, and it is based off of what the people think that you fit into a category. I can look at you, Clapper. I don't know what you look like. You have a profile picture, but I can say that you're a woman because that is what I, as a person, in
Yeah.
my sociological aspect, thinks that you are.
Well, I'm one ugly ass woman. If I am a
whether
woman.
you are or you're not, it doesn't matter. It's based off of what the
Nephew gets
people.
misgendered too, and he's
just
6
kidding.
years old, and he looks like a boy to me, but people keep calling him a girl for some reason. I don't know why. Should he be forced to go into the girls' bathroom?
No.
I
Then
could
how
take
do
a
you want to
3-year-old
implement this,
child who
Clapper?
is anatomically has male anatomy, but I could put him in a dress. Which bathroom does he belong? Does this child belong in?
Say that again,
I
Nicole.
said if I have a child who anatomically has male anatomy,
Anatomically, what does that mean?
which means the appendages that you have,
Okay.
your body,
Sorry, I don't know what that means.
that's okay. Anatomically is male, has male anatomy.
Mm-hmm.
When I put this child in a dress, and by physical looks,
Why would we
you
put a
cannot
male
tell
in a
the
dress?
difference. You cannot tell the difference by looking at this child. What bathroom does the child belong in?
But why would a little boy be in a dress?
Why not?
Do you know that
Men
little
throughout
boys
the
and
years. Men throughout the years.
How would a little kid even
dresses,
know if he?
skirts.
How would a little kid even know if he wants to dress like a woman? And
there it is.
Because what if they are of the Irish or Scottish heritage and they wear a kilt, which is part of their
oh yeah,
heritage?
those are you could tell the difference from that in a dress.
Why would
Okay, Clapper,
Not
I just
really.
want you to give me what do you want the world to be? What do you want to do? Because you say IDs aren't going to work, right? I don't think we should go and vote and have a vote with the manager and all the employees on if somebody's a man or a woman, right? So how do you want this to be implemented?
Right. I'll have to think on that.
Exactly. Because people's bigotry is clouding their judgment. You know that trans women and trans men are women and men. You know that. And I am not wait,
I know what?
we cannot make somebody disclose their biology to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes by. I don't want to go into Target and somebody is questioning my womanhood. Why would I want for them to do that to somebody else? That doesn't make any sense. Also, there are women that are cis women that have masculine features. Do you want them to be harassed in the bathroom and people voting on if they look like a man and a woman to them?
I see.
It's crazy. It's too invasive. That is a way too invasive thing. You are not going to find an actual logical reasoning we can implement in society that's going to work because it doesn't exist. It's too invasive to know somebody's biological sex, and now he ran.
No, he didn't run. Somebody wanted him out of here.
Oh, okay.
Michaela,
yeah.
It's nice to have you in here. I don't think you've ever been a guest in my life before.
I haven't. Thank you for having me up, Goose. How are
Welcome.
you?
I'm all right. How you doing, Nicole? I haven't seen you in like 15 years.
I'm doing well.
Wow.
Just out here doing my thing.
Yeah. How are you doing? How's Jay doing?
Jay's doing well. He's actually sitting here. He's listening.
What's up, man? Good to see you guys. You guys up for another another person?
Yes,
Who
but
is
can
it?
I address the people in the comments real quick with the cisgender thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I actually made a video about this the other day saying that cis is not a word. Let's go back to the roots of where all languages come from, and that is Latin. And cis is actually a Latin word, which means on the same side of. Okay, simple Google search, can do a lot of education, my friends. All languages go back to the Latin roots. So therefore, cisgendered, yes, it very much is a word. It means you identify on the same side of the spectrum, which means that if you are born with female anatomy and you identify on that same side, you are cisgendered. Whereas trans means crossing that threshold. So if you are transgender, you go from one to the other. So yes, education is a great thing. It's a Google search away, my friends.
All right. On to, who do we got? We got 9 people here. Let's try this person.
Also, just a fair warning.
Oh,
Michaela is brilliant and ruthless. So if you're going to come up here, you better be careful.
yep. Also, if you're putting in a guest request and you have anything shady on your profile, you will be found. I'm just telling you, because my mods do their homework. Unlike yesterday, right, Nerdy?
I would say, because I have a new rule about this too, that if they have, if it's just like a user social security number profile or they don't have a PFP, I'm not letting them up. That's just me.
I call it their prison number.
They're prison.
Everyone's timing out. Everyone's timing out. They're impatient. They've been sitting in the queue too long. Hello, welcome. How can I address you? And what are your pronouns?
You can call me Cooper.
All right, Cooper. Do you feel like trans men are men?
I don't think there is, according to trans community, nothing makes you a man and nothing makes you a woman. Dick does not make you a woman. Dick does not make you a man, and pussy does not make you a woman. Breast does not make you a woman. Nothing makes you any gender. So that term man, woman, is completely irrelevant to trans community.
Okay, I'm confused. Did anybody catch that one?
I think Cooper's talking about reproductive organs.
I can repeat myself if you didn't hear me.
Yeah. Please do.
Okay.
But can you leave the pussycat comment out of there? Because that was kind of cringe. Can we use, if you're going to talk about body parts, can you use the proper names? You can say those here on TikTok.
Vagina.
Okay.
Penis. Is it okay? Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, having a penis does not make you a man, and having a vagina does not make you a woman. You know, so and these are facts that has been established in the trans community. So that terminology, man and woman, is completely irrelevant to trans community. So I don't think it should be used.
So wait, so you don't think trans men should use the term man, and trans women shouldn't use the term woman? Is that what you're saying?
Like, if you're a trans, you shouldn't use the word man or woman.
Can you just step back a little bit from your mic? I think that's what my problem is. I'm having a hard time. It sounds like you're really close to your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know if you heard the last thing I said.
Do you
yeah, or Nerdy, if you heard him, I know.
do you support trans people?
Yeah, I support everybody. I support every human being.
Okay.
Okay.
I support humanity.
Okay.
All right, then we're in agreement. So
But trans men are not men. They are not men. They are not women.
So you
They're
don't
nothing?
support trans people?
They are nothing.
They're just
Yeah.
nothing.
They're
Okay.
just
They are,
Why?
they are nothing. Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because having a dick does not make you a woman.
Oh, easy.
Okay.
listen.
Having a penis does not make you a man. Having a vagina does not make you a woman.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm up to. I'm following you. You know, up until here so far, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So
So
then, go ahead.
based on that, the word man and woman is highly irrelevant to trans community because
Is
it
it
doesn't mean
saying,
anything.
Is it
he's
is it
saying that
irrelevant
trans
to
men,
you?
he's saying trans men are not men, trans women are not women, and is irrelevant to our community because of the identification of what a man and a woman is.
Yes. Yes.
That was a
Good.
stretch. Whew.
Good. Thank you, Jeannie.
So what is a man and a woman?
What are you?
It doesn't mean anything in regards to trans community.
What are you? What are you?
I am a human being.
You're just a human. Okay, do you just not like gender?
Gender is for people that are not trans.
Are you trans?
Like I said, I am a human being.
You're just a human being. Okay.
Yes.
So you just don't identify with being a man or a woman or anything.
I'm just a human being.
Oh my God, I'm so.
I don't know what to say, Goose.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to thank you for coming up. All right. I'm going to move on to the next person. I got 4 people in my queue. Thank you for coming up. I'm sorry, guys. I felt like I was like there was like I was losing brain cells.
Yeah, that was weird.
You know, and no fault to him. I feel like there was potentially like a language barrier there, but I was having a hard time following. But apparently, Jeannie just like picked right up on it.
He was
Because
basically
Jeannie's
saying that transgender people do not qualify as a gender. They are something else. Meaning that gender is man and woman, and transgender is something else.
all right.
Okay.
Oh,
There you go.
hey everyone,
Based on the words that he used.
Oh, really? What?
we have a really sick burn in the comments. Felton Cider said, "Go get a Bud Light."
Ooh, I don't like Bud Light. I actually don't like beer.
Bud Light is piss water.
It's trash. It's trash.
And it's really a shame because I feel like Dylan is so much more high class than Bud Light. She could have
Exactly.
gotten so much better. Yes, a wine or like a really nice whiskey or bourbon.
How about Rolling Rock? Do people drink Rolling Rock anymore?
Blech. No,
Hey,
that's like
hey,
Natty Ice. No.
hey, Buggy, how's it going?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
Okay. Jordan, he, him.
Do you feel like trans men are men?
No, not really. No.
Why?
Because I think that only biological males are men, can be men.
So that is sex and gender. Do you agree that sex and gender are different?
No, I don't.
Okay, they are. So sex is your biology. It is your DNA. It's your chromosomes. It's the one thing that will always be there, even when you die and they dig up your bones, right? Your gender is how you identify your, right? So you are a biological male, I'm assuming, just by observation of your voice, which, you know, I could be completely wrong. You identify as a man. You're a cisgender man. If you are not a cisgender man, you are a transgender man. Sex and gender are different.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't realize this was Buggy.
gender.
Who's that?
Buggy Backspace.
Nerdy, you know
Yeah.
way more about people than
Hey,
I
how's it
do on
going?
this app.
Because I wasn't paying attention. I was reading
Or
one of
I
the
just
reports
like,
I'm doing.
I do have like really poor short-term memory, but I could remember things like a really long time ago. So,
So
Hmm.
hi,
I have a
Wendy.
Yeah,
question.
I remember you from last night. You
Yep.
got into it with my friend Andromeda.
Yep, I did.
Interesting.
Who's
I have a
that?
question.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question for you, Buggy.
Hold on one
Have you
second.
guys
Hold
read?
on.
Oh,
I
sorry.
want to let Jeannie kind of started talking first. Jeannie, if you want to ask your question, and then Michaela, you can go.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Buggy, just real quickly, do you think that Western civilization, based upon what was originally European, continental European, moving up and through over into the Americas, is the predominant system of society that the rest of the world should follow?
Uh, Not necessarily, no.
So you're saying that other societies are equal and valid and should be allowed to determine locally what is the right thing for them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do think that should be allowed. Yeah.
Okay, so in cultures where sex and gender are separated, then sex and gender are separated. You just don't want it separated in the Western world.
I'm not saying I don't want it separate. I just don't think that gender is, well, something. Well, I just believe the science more than I just believe social constructions.
I'm telling you, in other parts of the world where societies can be equal and do the things they want to do within their own areas, sex and gender are separated.
Okay.
So the
Yeah.
science says in other parts of the world, there are societies that see that sex and gender are separated. You just don't want it in westernized countries.
I'm not saying I don't want it. I just, well, I initially thought that they were both synonyms, so that's what I've heard. So I thought they were the same thing. I've only recently heard that it's different. So
But you just said, yeah, you know it, but you don't accept it because it's the science for you.
yeah, well, I think I can accept that they're both different now, but I think that only the scientific definitions matter more. I think how you identify doesn't really change what you are. Doesn't really say anything about you other than a social identity. That's it.
But those other cultures that separate the two, they're okay with the sex being the sex, and they're okay with the gender being the gender. There is no effort to throw these people out of their communities just because they identify differently.
Well, I'm not saying we can throw people out of this kind of country because of how they identify. And
No. I said out of the community, not the country. I said out of the community.
community, yeah.
So like when Florida enacts laws that says that transgender people cannot, go to the doctor without possibly being discriminated against, cannot go to apply for a job without possibly being discriminated against, cannot use the restroom of their identified gender, and if they do, they can be arrested. So you see how the community is saying, we don't want you here, get out.
So what do you mean by discriminated against in terms of medical care? What do you mean?
Florida just passed a bill that said that people who do not want to offer medical care in the medical professions do not have to offer medical care if it conflicts with their moral, ethical, and religious beliefs.
Okay. And yeah, okay. All right.
So if somebody looks at me and says, I just don't believe that transgender women are a thing, and I refuse to treat you because I just don't accept your lifestyle, they can refuse to offer treatment to me because I'm a transgender woman.
And so what is the treatment that they would refuse to give them?
If they have a moral, ethical, or religious disbelief in who I am.
Could you hold on for 1 second? Hold.
So he just asked us to hold on.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Dude,
I'm back. Can you hear me?
I can
yeah,
hear you.
Okay.
we hear you.
Yeah. So if a person is identifies as trans, I obviously don't agree with that. Discriminating against them. I think they should get access to that care and not be discriminated against.
But you don't think that we can separate sex and gender?
No, I think you can, but I think, as a matter of fact, just factually speaking, I don't think that saying you're a woman makes you a woman, and identifying as a man makes you a man. But I still
So,
think that we should treat them the same.
So we should treat transgender people the way of their sex assigned at birth.
Well, yeah, not socially. Of course, you should respect them and treat them as they want to be treated.
Hey, Buggy, can I ask you, do you know about the Let Them Unalive Act in Florida?
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is.
Ron DeSantis made a law that allows medical professionals to refuse to treat patients, even if it puts their lives in immediate danger. And this has already had some really grave effects. There was a transgender person who was denied care by EMTs, and they unalived. And they are protected by the state.
Yep, and like I said, I don't agree with that. I think they should be treated, despite how they identify.
but
Should
do
be given
you
the proper care.
acknowledge, Buggy, will you at least acknowledge that that is the attempt of the state to try and put pressure on transgender people to leave?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, then, that's what I'm talking about. In those cultures that respect the separation of sex and gender, in those societies, those people are not forced into feeling like they must leave their society, their community. But here in the US, it is happening. So here, where it's westernized that there can only be two sexes that are related directly to two genders, those who do not conform are being pushed out of their communities.
And I never said that or implied that that's what I want, or seeing, or just seeing that people should be identified by their sex means that I should allow these laws. I never said that I agree with that.
But it does. That's the thing, is that it is a slippery slope, and this is what's happening.
This is the foundation of all this legislation, Buggy, is this very thing that you are supporting, that sex and gender are linked, that there are two sexes, and therefore everything else falls from that. According to Montana, according to Kansas, according to Florida, your biological sex identified at birth is your required identity throughout your entire life, and therefore you do not get to access those areas of your life as a transgender person, because you are only identified according to your biological sex at birth.
So again, what exactly is causing them to die? What do you say was causing them to die? It's like, yeah, lack of medical care. What is the exact medical care?
What they're being legally in Florida, any medical or mental health professional can decline to provide even life-saving treatment to anybody in the state, not just trans people. Not just trans people, if it is based on their religious or moral, ethical, moral, or religious beliefs.
All right.
All right. I want to move on to the next person. Buggy, thank you for coming up. You
Okay,
can
thanks.
stay in the comment section. Thanks.
I was gonna ask him a question.
Sorry, I was like falling asleep. I don't know what it was.
He was boring.
So
For any,
let me offer just a little bit of clarity on the bill in Florida. Any medical professional extends all the way from EMT basics, EMT advanced, paramedics, admitting nurses, nurses in the ER, floor nurses. It includes doctors, surgeons, anyone who is a medical professional or an institution that provides medical care, a hospital, a clinic, and anyone who pays for medical treatment, medical services. So your insurance companies, your employer, any of those people, if they have a moral, ethical, or religious belief that says they do not see this other person as valid, they can withhold treatment. And then they only have to acknowledge in the notes or, well, in writing at the time of refusal or afterwards that they have a moral, ethical, or religious belief system that opposes that. Now, there is one caveat. There is a federal requirement that says that in an emergency life threat situation, care must be rendered. So that does not preempt that if it is a true emergency, that emergency must be treated.
spoken like a professional, Jeannie.
Thank
What
you.
do we got here?
That's right.
Sorry, guys. Let's see. I'm starting at the bottom. What's up, Lego? I see your question. Calling God a liar? Oh, Angela with the quarrel. Thank you very much. Guys, you know what I'm gonna do? People, my box has been overpopulated. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kick everybody out. If you are opposition, can you please re-request? If you do not feel like trans men are men, please request.
I need to skedaddle because I got lots of packing to do. So,
all right, Jeannie, when's the moving day?
Saturday.
Congratulations! I'm happy for you.
New state. Hopefully, you'll feel safer there.
Yeah, I hope so. Mostly, I'm just want to get these things, carried out. Yes, it does. It does apply to Medicare and Medicaid because that is a state-run medical payor, and therefore, they've already removed transgender affirming care from Medicare and Medicaid. But yes, the state can refuse treatment.
I have a question for you before you leave. So you specified that life-saving care could not be denied? Correct? Okay. Who gets to make that determination?
The physician.
So it doesn't really it doesn't really matter.
It's the medical provider who determines it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's the point that I wanted to make. I knew that was probably going to be the answer. I just wanted to double check it.
So, as a former advanced EMT, when we were called to a scene, we had the duty to act based upon what we could discern from signs and symptoms, the reports of the patient, the reports of bystanders. If this individual was not presenting with what could be considered a life threat, meaning that their vital signs were erratic, there was an obvious wound that was an uncontrollable wound, meaning that the bleeding could not be stopped. if there were in some way a respiratory issue or an absence of consciousness. Those are emergent situations. Outside of that, it is up to the person in the field to make a field decision on whether or not it is an emergency.
Yeah.
Thank you for that bit of knowledge. A lot of
Thank
people
you. I
probably didn't know
appreciate it.
that.
Yeah,
That's all I
I'm out,
that's all I
y'all.
wanted to ask, Goose. So I'm gonna hop down.
All right. Thank you also for taking care of the comment section. You're doing a good job. I see you down there. All right. Hey, Nature, how's it going? How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
I don't pay into the pronouns because about 10 years ago,
You just did.
pronouns
You
weren't
just
much of
said
a concern.
You
No.
just said I. I is a pronoun. What's your pronoun, sir? Or ma'am? I don't know.
My entire life, I've never been asked what my pronouns are. I'm not going to start now. You know,
Oh God.
that's about it.
Do
Anyways,
arachnids have gender? Do they have sex? Do
the
you call an
American
arachnid
culture is not
she
to
or
ask you
he?
what your pronouns are.
Hold on.
They
It's
just
like a
aren't.
fucking spider. Do you refer to spiders by male or female?
Depends if we're talking about
Don't lie.
a scientific
You do.
study.
Don't
So
lie.
let me ask
We're
you,
talking about a
Nature.
scientific study. Yeah.
Nature. When this live ends and I say, hey, I was talking to this person, Nature, would I be saying he, him, she, her, or they, them? How would I address you? It's really not that complicated. We could be, you know what? If you just said your pronouns, we could move on to the conversation. This is not difficult. Just say,
You're having a
do you
fit
prefer
right
to be
now.
referred to as a he or a she, or a they? Just pick one.
I'm just not going to play into this pronouns because this is silly.
Okay, you can
Okay,
leave.
Quite
I'll
frankly,
just
to
say
ask
she,
somebody
her
what their
then.
pronouns are
I'll just
before you
say
speak
she,
to them,
her.
it's just silly.
Yeah.
I'll just say
Nature,
she,
then
her
you
then.
can leave. It's
Or you
really
can
that
leave.
simple.
Either of those. Because
Well,
you're being
basically,
ridiculous.
If
trans
you're
men
not
are
going,
not men.
Well,
Otherwise, you wouldn't
basically,
have to
goodbye.
describe them as
Well,
trans men.
basically, goodbye.
I will explain to you. Listen, Nature. I will explain to you why the trans is before the man or the men. If you just please refer to what pronoun, or you know what? If you refuse, then I'm just going to refer to you as with non-binary pronouns. All right. So I'll just refer to you as they, them, unless you correct me otherwise. All right. So whenever I'm making a reference to you, I'm not going to say he or she. I'm going to say they. Okay.
Yeah. If that's your
All
culture,
right.
sure. Go ahead.
So your question is, why put the trans in front of men? Is that your
Yeah, if
question?
they're men, you wouldn't have
Right.
to distinguish them as trans men.
Yeah.
So,
No, I agree.
Are you a
I agree.
tall man?
Hold on.
Nature?
I agree with you.
so that statement's ironic.
Hold on. Will you let me answer, please? The reason why I put trans in front of men is so people can see me for visibility purposes. Because you know what, Nature? If I didn't, by the way, do you know that I'm a transgender man? I am.
Yeah, I saw that. And I was surprised. you look like you're
a man.
Yeah, you look like you're 100% born man.
I am. I was 100% born. Right. The thing of it is it is important for there to be a visibility within the trans community. Sure, I can easily just sit by and be another boring white guy on this app making silly fucking TikToks and doing boring ass shit, right? But I feel like it is very important for trans youth to have somebody to see that is older than them, right? To see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, right? To see that, yes, I can live that long, right? Like, look at this guy, right? He's married, he's got a family, he's got a job. Look at it, he's living, right? That is why I put trans in front of men, to be visible for people who feel like, there's no future for them. I wish that when I was younger that there was visibility within the community. There wasn't any, none that I knew of, at least. I looked up at toxic men, right, as my visibility. And how is that helpful for anybody, right? Do we just want to continue the cycle of, breeding toxic men, right? Because that's what I thought a man is supposed to be like, right? You had to be macho and aggressive and, do all these things, right? But you don't, right? So transgender kids, parents reaching out to me saying, thank you for being visible. You give me hope that my child will be okay. That is why I put trans in front of men.
Right, but what you're describing is quite literally a mental illness described by therapists.
It is not.
Let me read this to you.
Hey,
Let me read this to you.
We have a
Gender
therapist.
dysphoria.
Nature, before you read that, hi, I'm a licensed clinical social worker. It is not a mental illness. Thanks.
Gender dysphoria is the real
gender
disorder.
dysphoria is not trans, and
Correct.
trans is not gender dysphoria.
Let me read it to you.
You're literally going to read something that I diagnose all the time. I'm
Gender
well aware of the
dysphoria,
diagnostic
a
criteria.
state of severe distress or unhappiness caused by the feeling that one's gender identity does not match one's sex registered at birth.
Your voice is very
That's a
shaky
mental
right now
disorder.
because you don't
Plain
know
and
what you're
simple.
talking about.
I just read it to you.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're
That
not
doesn't
listening.
make you
You're reading.
transgender, Nature.
You're reading
Gender
something that you
dysphoria
have
is the real
Can you mute
disorder.
him, Deuce? Can you mute him?
That's about it. It's a real disorder, and we're not going to.
But also, not every single transgender person has gender dysphoria.
And lots of cis people have gender dysphoria. I treat more cis people for gender dysphoria than I do trans people. And again, this is where you're just reading from some random thing that you found online, not understanding how to actually apply that knowledge. And you just continue talking over me, the person who can actually diagnose those things, thinking that you know more when you don't even know how to extrapolate the information from the DSM-5. It's really weird. Like, it's really, really weird when people try and do that and they're just like, well, gender dysphoria, that's it. Like, no, you don't know. You don't know anything about it. Frosty, I'd love to tell you how that's a lie. Tell me how that's a lie.
Nature, you have to unmute yourself because I muted you.
Well, let me read to you the definition of gender dysphoria.
We all heard it.
Psychological disorder. It's an actual psychological disorder.
We heard
he wasn't
say
listening
it the
at
first
all.
time.
He was
we
waiting
heard you
to
the first
speak.
time.
I'm quite literally describing a trans person when I read the definition.
No, you're not.
A state of severe distress or unhappiness caused by feeling that one's gender identity does not match one's sex registered at birth.
It's very clear that you are scared reading this because I can hear the dishonesty and shakiness in your voice because you don't know what you're talking about.
It's not true.
It's embarrassing. It's genuinely embarrassing.
Not true.
Well,
more logical nature. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry.
I'm reading to you an actual mental disorder.
No, you're not.
Let's see.
It's called gender dysphoria.
No,
people are diagnosed with
you're reading something off of the internet saying that all trans people have gender dysphoria when you literally don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, nobody wants to hear it for the third time. Please.
I don't see. Here's the funny thing, Nature. I don't have.
Gender person. Have you ever experienced
severe distress or unhappiness? No, I've never experienced severe distress or unhappiness that one gender
have you
matched my sex. I've never experienced that.
Now, I'm not going to speak for you because I don't know you. Okay, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. All right, and you can just answer yes or no. Have you ever gone out, let's say, to the beach, and maybe saw another man and said, "Damn, I wish I was in good shape like that guy." Have you ever thought that to yourself? It's okay. It's okay for you to say yes. I just want you to know that it is okay for you to say yes. And in fact, I have way more respect for men who are in touch and confident enough with their manhood to be able to admit those things. All right? Because I could say that. I could say that, okay? And I'm sure there's a lot of other cisgender men in here can say that. And if you don't agree or say one way or the other, that's a lie, okay? And you're just not wanting to say it. So have you ever gone out someplace and compared yourself to another man, whether it be at the gym or the beach, and said, damn, I wish I was, I had like the muscle strength of that guy, or damn, I wish I had a tan as well as that guy, or I wish I was more athletic like that guy. I wish I was physically able, or I wish my beard would be to grow in as well as that guy's. Have you ever had those kind of thoughts?
Well, of course, you can't help but to compare everything to everything else.
Right.
Guess what? Guess what?
That is a form of gender dysphoria. And you know what? Nature, I don't want you to think that because you can agree and experience that it's all of a sudden, that means you're trans. It doesn't. All right? It doesn't. You're still a freaking man. Women go through it as well. Women are more vocal about it than men, right? Women compare themselves to other women all the time, right? They do. Men do the same thing. However, men just never say it out loud. They internalize it. And instead of getting overly emotional, they just get angry. And it becomes a competition.
It's not true. I'm open with my insecurities to my friends.
Fake news. That's all I'm hearing is fake news.
All right.
Well, you're saying that was a form of.
You're not here
You're
to
saying
learn.
that's a form of gender dysphoria.
You're just here to shout over people, and I am telling you.
You're reading the definition in literal, right? Literal. All right.
Yeah, but where was I in severe distress or unhappiness that my gender identity?
She said 6. I'm gonna say 4. I'm just pulling it out of my ass.
So Nature, you're saying 6.
Lego says
you're saying 6, Nature?
You told me 6.
No, I didn't say 6. I said out of the 6, how many do you need to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria? How many out of those 6 criterias?
I think
you said all 6?
I said 4. Michaela, how many do you say?
I have no idea. Maybe like 2 to 4. Maybe. I don't know.
So it's 2. And the reason why it is 2 is because gender dysphoria in and of itself is broad enough that we can apply it to many different people and many different situations. So the fact that you are coming up here and you continually just want to quote the definition of gender dysphoria from the DSM, saying it is a mental disorder, when you yourself don't even know how to apply that information, is really weird. It's weird.
No, it contradicts your entire life.
It's weird and
That's why.
Disingenuous. It's weird and it's disingenuous. And for the last time, Lightspeed in the comments, social worker is not an MD. I am not an MD. I've never called myself a doctor. I am legally allowed to diagnose anything from the DSM-5. The lack of information that you have about my career is your fault, not mine. Thanks. So Nature, once again, how am I contradicting myself by describing the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria?
Right. Well, gender dysphoria, a state of severe distress or unhappiness caused by feeling that one's gender identity
That
does not
is
match.
not the diagnostic
Let me finish.
criteria.
Let me finish
It
it.
is not the diagnostic criteria. The definition means nothing without the diagnostic criteria because it is a diagnosable condition. So you are reading a definition of something, not the you're reading it as a definition, not a prescriptive.
Well, the key phrase is caused by the feeling that one's gender identity does not
And
match one's sex
doesn't
He's not
registered at birth.
educated enough to have
That's
this
that's
it
what
debate
doesn't
with you.
that's
I'm
what
going to
matter.
trans
tell you this
is.
right now.
No,
I
it is
can't.
not.
I'm sorry. I'm like, I was done. I was done. I was giving him. I was gonna like, God, man. I just like I couldn't hear him recite the definition for like a fifth time. Sorry. I'm sorry, a guy. You know, you can come back another time. I needed a break. I was like, my attention span was like I was like falling off.
Yeah, Nerdy, you weren't going to get anywhere with that guy. He did not understand anything you were talking about.
Hey, do you guys know what the definition of gender dysphoria is?
Extreme distress, feeling of distress.
It's always so weird when people feel like just because they read it on the internet that they are experts and that they have the authority to speak and that they feel entitled to do that. Yet I myself would never do that with another profession. Like, I don't know shit about arachnids, and that was his, I guess, thing. I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, arachnid spiders. Like, what? It's weird.
I love when people say like, you don't want to hear any facts that contradict your beliefs. Rick, for one, listen, I give people more than enough time, right? I felt like we were just like spinning wheels here, like it literally was not going anywhere. I sat there, we listened. He refused to listen. We continued to sit there and listen. He continued to not listen. How do we know? How do we know that he wasn't listening? It was obvious. It was obvious that he wasn't listening. What's up, Pam? Let me sit. Clapper's back in there. Oh boy. I'm gonna let this person back. So I'm gonna let somebody in. I'm gonna let somebody in who has been blocked before and caught me in another live and was like, "Why did you block me?" I'm like, "I didn't listen." For anybody that's in here, I literally do not block people. I don't block people.
I do.
All right.
I do.
All right.
I block people so fast.
Are you a mod for me, Michaela? I don't think you're a mod for me.
I don't think I'm a mod, no.
Michaela is a badass mod.
I will mute for sure. For sure. I won't block if you don't want me to block, but
No, you're good. I'm gonna let in. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna be kind. We're gonna be nice.
Hey, Michaela. No, it definitely was your mod. It definitely was your mod because she just muted me in the chat. People just don't like to hear like the truth that I have to share. I don't know what it is.
Can we listen? Can we? Do you want to start over? Would you like to start over?
Saying hi, Michaela. I was just so excited to see her.
Okay, fine. Well, that's very kind of you. Can we start over?
Of course.
I'm sure that there's a lot of people in here who don't know who you are, okay?
Okay, yeah, that's totally fine. I am Jaleesa.
Hello, Jaleesa.
How are you?
What are your preferred pronouns, Jaleesa?
Well, I'm a biological woman, so I like to be referred to as such.
Okay, so she, her?
Yes.
Okay, do you feel like trans men are men?
I don't.
Can you tell me why?
What you were making, like the argument that you were making about gender dysphoria, it's kind of aligns with body dysmorphia more so than gender dysphoria. How you were saying like, oh, have you ever went to the beach and you had thoughts that like, oh, that body was better than yours and all that stuff? Like that's more associated with body dysmorphia than it is gender.
That's not what body dysmorphia means.
Right. No. I agree. And like, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist or anything in the mental health field, right? But I do know because I dated a girl who had body dysmorphia. And the way she described it to me was she would look at herself in the mirror and like she would see herself as like a lot heavier than she actually was, right?
Yeah.
And so I would see her and I'd be like, but you're beautiful. You are not like an overweight person, right? But in her head, every time she saw herself as this like extremely obese woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the same as seeing somebody out in public and like reflecting that upon yourself. Like if I saw, I don't know, this guy Roberto, right? And he was like, I was like, damn, like I wish I had a freaking six pack of the abs rather than this freaking mushy Michelin man body, right? I wish that was me, right? Or man, I wish I could, I wish I could have more hair on my head, right? That's not body dysmorphia.
That's low self-esteem.
No. Okay, so like I know that I don't have a lot of hair on my head. It's not like I'm in denial about that. Nerdy, do you want to explain the difference between body dysmorphia?
Oh no, I know the difference because I actually used to have body dysmorphia, so that was something that I actually went through.
So what was your experience?
Gender dysmorphia?
No. What was your experience like of body dysmorphia? What did that look like for you?
Exactly what you explained. So basically, I was picked on a lot. People called me fat, lost the weight, still felt fat, still bought bigger clothes. Because I felt like I was still big, even though I was actually small. Didn't realize that I was even small until down the road when I gained the weight. I actually got fat again. And then I looked back and I was like, wait, I was skinny.
Mm-hmm.
But turns out I wasn't even that big when I was going through the body dysmorphia, but people just called me big all the time. So I just like started to see that, because then it got to the point where after I gained the weight back, I gained more weight than my original weight. And then I looked back.
Hey, guess what? That doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria for body dysmorphia.
So with body
like the diagnostic criteria and all that stuff, like, girl, I understand that you're trying to like push your narrative, but there's definitions for certain things, and if it aligns with the definition, then it's the fact.
Do you know one of the diagnostic criteria for body dysmorphia is literally the appearance? The apparent preoccupation is not better explained by concerns with body fat or weight in an individual whose symptoms meet diagnostic criteria for an eating disorder.
Girl, you gotta dumb that down for me. I don't even know what the heck you just said.
Exactly. This is why people get degrees and things. This is why people go to school.
I just don't have that much pride to where I can't admit that I don't understand something, and I'm not going to pretend just because you think that that's not smart, sweetheart.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is why people go to school and get educated on these things. I don't understand why people are like, I'm against something, and they don't even know what it is. You don't know what it is.
I said I was against body dysmorphia.
You don't understand the characteristics.
We're talking about body dysmorphia. We're talking about body dysmorphia.
And what you described.
I'm not against that. It's something that really happens. I'm not even against trans people. It's something that happens. But I do understand that it's a deep spiritually rooted issue.
We let you speak. Can you please stop? We let you speak.
Thank you. I don't understand why people are against something they don't even understand what it is. They don't understand the criteria. They don't understand how people get diagnosed with it. They don't understand any of the aspects of what they're against. So even if you have minimal information, even if you went on Google, saw a few videos and came to this conclusion, doesn't mean it's an educated conclusion. This is why people go to school. And before I go in front, me personally, I would not go in front of 900 people and say I'm against something, say I am smarter than all of these other doctors, these psychologists, all of them, and I don't even know what it is.
Girl, what are you talking about? I haven't even talked about the topic. We were talking about body dysmorphia.
What I'm saying is, for
You're
me,
like going
I would
way
be
off.
very embarrassed.
We haven't even gotten in the conversation yet.
Okay.
Because Michaela, you're literally just projecting our last conversation on this one. At the end of the day, we were talking about body dysmorphia. We haven't even gotten to the topic yet. I never said that I was against trans people or I hated trans people and all that. I just understand that it's a deeply spiritually rooted issue, just like body dysmorphia, low self-esteem, lust, perversion, same thing. Because she's trying to tell me that I'm saying something that I'm not saying.
I thought we were
You were
starting over.
saying what they were saying when Goose made their example. When he made his example, you were saying, "Oh, that's not the truth. I'm against that. That's not what it is."
I
But
never
you
said I was
don't even
against that. I
understand
said
what it
that's
is.
not, but that's not what body dysmorphia is. Body
Exactly,
dysmorphia
but
isn't
you
going
don't
to the
understand
beach
what
and
it
looking
is.
at someone and saying,
But
"Oh, I
you,
wish that I had a nice body like her."
but you
That's not
don't
body
fully
That's not
dysmorphia
body
understand what
or
it
gender
is.
dysmorphia.
dysphoria.
That's
Okay,
not
just
body
okay.
dysmorphia. Oh my God, you're not listening to me. You said body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria are basically the same thing. First off, they are not.
I said they're
Second off,
similar.
no, that's why they are two completely different diagnoses. Two, you said
It's
what
all
you
mental.
described with body dysmorphia. No, what you described with body dysmorphia does not fit the clinical definition of body dysmorphia. I just read to you one of the diagnostic criteria that specifically calls out the image of body fat or weight.
It was the
That
same
is
thing.
not,
I said the
no,
same
it's
thing
not.
that Goose said about his girlfriend when he was talking about his
No,
girlfriend that looked
and
in the mirror and thought she saw something bigger when she
hold on,
wasn't that big in reality. It's the
hold
same
on.
exact
Oh,
thing.
it is not.
Can
It
we
is
get off the
not.
conversation about? I'm trying to get into the conversation of why trans men are not men. That's what I'm trying to
Wait,
get into the
you brought
conversation
this
of.
up.
And
Hold
at the
on,
end of the
you
day,
brought this
gender
up.
dysphoria
Jaleesa,
and body
please stop
dysmorphia, it's
over
all
talking me.
mental. You have
Please stop
thoughts
over talking me. Please
because it's
stop
like
over
giving
talking me.
gaslighting.
Please stop over talking me. It's not giving gaslighting of anything. I'm literally reading you the diagnostic criteria, and you are telling me, no, 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 you are wrong when you yourself don't even know what you are talking about. It sounds like to me that you are just being childish because I am telling you, as a licensed clinical social worker who can diagnose these things, that your definition of body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria is wrong. And guess what? That's okay. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to know. But don't purport yourself to be an expert by coming up here and acting like just because you talk fast and that you just steamroll over people that you're right, because you're not.
First of all, I said that I suffered with body dysmorphia. How do you know that I wasn't diagnosed with body dysmorphia? Are you just assuming that I was not?
I didn't say that, did I? I said what you
All
are
right, listen. Hey,
describing doesn't
listen.
fit the diagnostic criteria.
So what is body dysmorphia?
Okay, go ahead, Nerdy. I'll let you answer this, and then I kind of want to move on. What is body dysmorphia?
I mean, I don't feel like it's even worth it to explain it because she's not going to listen anyway.
Okay,
moving on. So guess. You had said that you're not transphobic, right? You don't.
No, I don't hate trans people.
But then you just said that trans men aren't men.
That's correct. But I do believe that they actually go through feeling like they're a man and they want to change themselves because they came into agreement with a voice that was in their head that told them that they were made in the wrong body.
It's not a feeling.
It's a mental battle.
No, it's not.
So it didn't start in your head. You didn't start to have thoughts that you were not made in the right body. Just like someone who looks in the mirror.
I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to, because even though I am biologically female, I never knew what it felt like to be a girl, right? Because all my life, I've always known that I was a boy. I never had conflict of like, I feel like I might be a boy. I just always knew. Similar to you, right? You just always knew that you were a girl, right? You never questioned it. You never sat around and said to yourself, I feel like a girl. You just knew you were, right? It's the same thing. I just knew that I was. However, this shell that we walk through life in didn't match. I didn't understand why my body looked different than my brother's, why I couldn't walk around without my shirt on, right? I had everything else was in alignment. The way I thought, the way I interacted with the world, I never questioned who I was. I always knew. Does that make sense? It was never, and that's just my experience. There are other trans people who have different experiences on how they came to terms with who they are. For me, I always knew. I never questioned it.
And you know something, I had some questions about this. Like after the truth was revealed to me, I had questions about this. And in regards to that, your mother, when you were in the womb, was she constantly saying that she wanted a boy when you were a girl? Because that opens a door to a spirit as well.
No, actually, listen, hold on. Actually, she wanted a girl because I have two brothers. I have an older brother and a younger brother. And do you know how hard it was for me, right? Because I was the only girl. I was the only one that was going to be able to give my parents a grandchild biologically, right? She wanted a girl. She got a boy, unfortunately, and they struggled with that for a very fucking long time. Maybe longer than most parents struggle. Like, I see parents now on this app who are just like, God damn it, I wish my fucking parents were like that, you know? But they weren't, right? My parents they're like almost 80 years old. They're in a goddamn fucking different generation, you know? They wouldn't let me cut my hair. They forced me, right? They forced me to wear girls' clothes. I would wear the clothes that I wanted to wear to school under the clothes that my mother would dress me in. And when I would get to school, I would take them off, right? My mom wouldn't let me cut my hair because I was a girl. So I would go into the bathroom and I would take my father's razor blades, the Bic razors, and I would shave my head. You know how cut up my head was because of that? I was never a girl. That's the thing.
And I'm so sorry that you went through that. But at the end of the day, it's spiritual and something.
All right.
Something. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. I can have an answer for it.
I'm not, you know, and I'm not telling anybody this story to like gain sympathy or anything. I'm just trying to let people know that like being trans is not a choice.
It can be something from generations before you.
That's you the thing. Telling Goose.
At the end of the day,
what is wrong with him and how he.
No, I'm not telling him what's wrong with him, but
out of here. Oh my God! Absolutely not.
You came into agreement. Let me speak on what I believe. Okay. At the end of the day,
because you're going to proselytize.
Oh, man, here we go. Oh. Somehow that spirit.
Do you want me to proselytize Islam to you?
I don't care what you say because it doesn't matter.
Would you appreciate that? Would you appreciate that?
That's the thing. It wouldn't affect me because I know the truth and I stand firmly in the truth.
Cool.
So you just be talking to a
I don't want to be proselytized.
It wouldn't matter.
I don't want to be
plug your ears
to.
respectfully.
Oh, so I'm forced. Here we go. So I'm forced to listen to your rhetoric.
At the end of the day, I was forced to hear what you had to say on your diagnostic
definition. And you can leave.
It's okay, and I could also
You
finish.
are literally forcing your religious beliefs on other people.
I'm not forcing anything. I never said, am I putting a gun up to your head and saying, believe this? That's forcing. That's the thing. Me just talking about it is not forcing anyone. You either can come into agreement with it or not. You have a choice. But me just speaking about it isn't forcing. So let's stop saying that someone's forcing something on you. I'm not forcing. You don't have to accept what I say. Just like I don't have to accept what you say.
No love like Christian love. Now you're gonna,
okay, and you guys
say
have
I'm not putting a pew
love
pew
is
up to
love,
your
but
head.
then you
That's
guys always got to mention the fact of you guys don't like that I believe in Jesus. You guys call me delusional.
Did I say that?
Believing in the
Did I say
No,
that?
I didn't call you delusional. I didn't call you delusional because you believe in Jesus. I called you delusional because you said gay people are gay because a demon is following us.
I never said demon.
That we're gay and that's why we're gay.
I never said demon, but I said spirits.
Yeah, you said demon spirits follow us to turn us gay. That's what she said. And then she also said that God spoke to her and told her to say all of this stuff. That's why I blocked her, because she's problematic. She thinks demons are the reason we're LGBTQ+. It's weird.
My goodness.
I don't know whose live I was in, but I was in the comment section and she saw that I was there and she was like going after me.
She's incredibly hateful. Incredibly hateful. Very judgmental.
I didn't block you. I'm like, here, I'll unblock you. So I unblocked her, and it's like, can we start over from the beginning? Holy moly! All right, who do we got? I'm starting at the bottom. I don't know. Who we got here? Ruthless.
Hello.
How you doing? How can I address you? What are your pronouns?
My pronouns are he and Yeah, I'm a dude. I'm not too familiar with all the pronouns, so I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Okay, so he and him.
Yeah. There you go. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me.
I'm a dude.
Do
He's
you
a dude.
you feel like are trans men to you?
I honestly, I know that's the topic in the debate, but I just had a question for Nerdy. But I can answer that question because you're the host and that's the debate.
It's not really a debate. It's more, I'm just trying to get people's perspective. I'm not trying to argue it.
I am almost positive this is a setup. Just
what?
FYI.
Do you know who this is? Go ahead, ask Nerdy her question. Nerdy, do you want a question from this person before I just,
The fact that she's saying it's a setup before I even said anything.
What question do you have, Ruthless?
Why can't she talk about her beliefs on her religion, but you can cut her off and talk about your facts? And the second that, like, she was literally just trying to say, this is my belief, I'm just trying to speak my thoughts out, and like you'd get mad and you ended up blocking her and taking her off.
I didn't do that.
Like, taking the time to
I blocked her and I made her mad. I did that. Nerdy didn't do that. I blocked her and made her mad.
And she didn't get blocked, by the way. I just kicked her out because somebody paid me to kick her.
And I'm happy to answer your question.
I was just curious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer your question. She was talking about her beliefs, as he said, and I was talking about facts, as you said. We're not going to get into our feelings. If you want to talk about something like this, talk about facts, not feelings.
Right. So, are trans men to you? Let's talk about that.
I think trans men are trans men, and boys that are born men are
Boys
men.
aren't born men.
Oh, okay. Can you explain more then? Sorry, I guess I don't know as much as I thought I did, but that's why I'm here to learn. You know what I mean? You guys are educating.
So there's a difference between sex and gender. Sex is your biology. With that, you have male, female, and intersex, right? With gender, that is the way that you identify. It is your lived experience. You have man, woman, boy, girl, right? So a boy cannot be born a man, right? A boy could be born a male, and a girl could be born a female, or a man could be born a female, and a woman could be born a male. Does that make sense? Where did Nerdy go?
Yes. So when you say trans men, you're saying someone that was originally born a male is a man?
No, so it's actually reversed. All right. So you have to think of it as like trans man born female, trans woman born male.
Okay. Thank you for explaining. I'm understanding more. And I would think that if you're born a female, shit, I don't, sorry, excuse my language. I would think that you would be a female and you could identify your gender as a man, but I don't think that.
Good job.
I don't think that like you were obviously born a man. I don't know. It's a tough topic.
Ruthless, how old are you?
Yeah.
1 second. I'm 18. How old are you?
You're 18. When were you born?
11/12/2004.
Okay.
Is there a problem to me being 18?
I don't know. I don't know if I believe 18. But okay.
Do you think I'm younger?
Yep, sound like 16, 17.
All right. So, hey, Ruthless. So are we in agreement then, or are we disagreeing here? Trans men or men? You want to take some more time to think about it? You want to go do some homework? You want to go, talk to a couple more people, before you say something you might regret with over 1,000 people in here?
Obviously, yes, of course.
Or something and talk to your bros about it.
I will definitely do more research before I say anything that can hurt anyone in any way, obviously. I just joined because I was interested and I had some questions. I appreciate you guys for taking the time to answer in a nice way. You know what I mean? That's all we need.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Man, I got like 16 people in here, Michaela.
Oh my.
You know, I wish that I knew like who was waiting the longest, but I don't.
Yeah, because it's all weird. It's not. It's not in order anymore.
They used to tell you.
Yeah.
Let me see. I like this guy because he's got a good beard. Let's see.
But like the live, you guys. Like the live. Y'all can get him to 50,000 likes. Come on, there's 1,000 people in here.
50,000. 50,000. He's gonna time out. He's gonna time out. Yep. All right. Let's try another one. Let's try Tank.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How can I address you? What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Very good. Do you feel like trans men are men?
Yes.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Very simple. Yes.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. What do we got coming up here? You like my hat? Thank you.
Is it awesome?
Hello, pretty.
Hola.
How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
She, her is fine.
She, her. Very good. Do you feel like trans men are men?
I feel like trans men are trans men, a subcategory of men.
Oh, why is that? Or, you know, if you feel more comfortable, you could speak about trans women since you are a woman. I'm going to assume your gender.
Okay. So,
you feel more comfortable?
I feel like trans women are trans women. Now, if you don't want to like pick it apart so much, then yeah, trans women are women, trans men are men. But if you want to have a like dissectful conversation,
what kind?
Like dissect. I guess that's the right word, dissectful.
I thought you said bisexual.
Conversation, no, dissectful. Like if you really want to pick it apart and get into technicality.
To say the type of man, yeah, we say there's tall men, short men, there's trans men, cis men, black men, white men.
So if you want to pick it apart, then yeah, you know it's a different conversation. But
but they're all types of men, right?
Yeah,
they're all men.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like
okay, so then we agree.
So trans men are men.
Yeah. So it's just that too many people pick things apart. That's why we have to have questions like this, or we have to prove why people are equal.
So me and Javon, we're the same. We're both men. There's nothing different between us, right?
I don't know what kind of men y'all are. I just know
I'm cisgender.
Yeah, I always assumed that, and I assumed that about you. I should have asked, but I didn't really mind. I don't care to ask, but I just y'all look like men to me, so
How do you feel about transgender women? Do you feel like they're women?
Yeah, until you want to pick it apart.
Okay.
What do you mean by pick it apart?
Like if you want to get into differences or prefixes, then the prefixes exist. But if you don't want to like dissect it and get technical and all that, then
like how okay, so what you're saying is like the putting the adjectives like cis and trans next to it.
Yeah, I call them prefixes. Sorry. So yeah.
No, you cool.
And I think that adjectives is only necessary in spaces where we need to identify ourselves like medically, because you're not really identifying yourself nowhere. Like, you know, when you meet people, hey, I'm this kind of person. You're not, you know what I mean? It's only when it's necessary to like identify yourself, and probably for medical reasons or whatever space you in that requires that. But it's not like something you just going to automatically bring up out the blue meeting people.
You know why trans people don't disclose their identity as why they're, of them being trans?
Because they don't have to. unless they want to, and I think they should only, and it's hard for me to say what I think, but I will only, if I'm taking a certain step with a person and they want to understand something more about me or have questions, and I feel like that it's their privilege to know. But I thought that no, they don't got to tell nobody nothing. That's what I think, and I think it's not, like I had hosted a live about disclosure, you know what I'm saying, so that people could hear trans's reservations,
Trans people.
trans people, so that they can hear trans people reservations when it comes to disclosure, because a lot of cis people are like, you're supposed to tell me, but like if you that concerned about it, you can always ask that person. Like it works both ways, you feel me?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I feel like in this conversation, because the identity of two different people, like Goose, being a trans man, me being a cis man, I see, Goose as a man, regardless of anything. Unfortunately, in these conversations, when it comes to trans women, that's not always the case. And when we have these convos, people don't understand that cis and trans are literally just adjectives. They are descriptors.
Right.
They are describing something of how someone is, and it's also to differentiate between how doctors will treat you when it comes to medical care, whether that be trans affirming care or cis affirming care, because cis people get affirming care too. I've been receiving affirming care since I was a baby. Like when you get checkups, yearly, annual checkups, that is a part of your gender affirming care. So people don't, but the people in the comments are asking if you could address your username.
No, Javon, don't bring that to this guy's live. I don't want to shake it up. I don't want to disrupt. And if I'm not welcome here, host, I will leave. I don't want to disrupt your live. I came to speak on the topic only. Javon, if you're not comfortable with it, I didn't know this was a mutual, and I'll leave. You feel me? Because I'm not trying to go there with people. It got bad, you know what I mean? And I don't want to go there.
I mean, well, no, we don't gotta address it here because there is a lot of people in here. But if we could talk in another live, I'll be live later, and we could talk, because I would love to have a conversation with you about that. I know we spoke earlier this year about it, but I want to speak to you again. But definitely, if you could do me a favor, if you know anybody within your in group of who are trans, please, continue to open up space. Goose, he does these lives very often and always educates, and I love seeing the live happen. And unfortunately, bigots get exposed when we have these lives as well. So
like when I hosted,
you give them enough time, and they do it themselves.
Yeah, and like I see, like since I'm cisgender, I sometimes can see like where things go. Well, that was something else I wanted to say too. So so a lot of things with the prefixes is a rebellious thing, I think, when it comes to cis people, acknowledging them. It's like a rebellious thing in a sense. So, but can you understand in a sense for, like you see how it says trans men are men, and then you say when cis women be like, oh, cis women are women. So can you kind of correlate not the ones that are saying, oh, I'm not cis, not those ones, not the ones that are just like downright, stubborn against it, but just that don't want to have to use the prefix if it's not in an identifying space. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I do. And people ask me that all the time. They're like, why do you have to put the trans in front of the men, right? Just be a man, right? And I think it's funny, actually. I just saw Mr. Nice Guys in here. Thank you for joining my live. I thought I blocked you, actually, but I think it's funny. I think it's funny when people who don't like me watch me all the time.
Exactly.
It's fucking creepy.
It's weird. People will send like whole hate messages, like 5 paragraphs, and be like, I hate you, you're the worst person ever, and they'll follow
He
you.
is horrible. He's horrible. I don't know why he's even here. But I was saying that the reason why I put the trans in front of the man is to be visible. Visibility matters. I wish that there was visibility when I was younger. I want not only trans youth, but parents of trans youth to be able to, look at me and see that, like, look, I fucking made it. I'm on the other side. It's not going to be difficult and hard all the time. I'm not saying it's going to be easy either, but you'll get through it. You'll get through it.
Yeah, and I've
There's
heard some people, as far as the trans community, that they prefer the prefix because it acknowledges their journey, and then others feel differently.
Yeah. I mean, when I leave my house, I don't identify myself as a trans person. I don't.
Right. It's normally like in an identifying space.
Because that would be weird.
Right. And like I said,
Because
nobody.
you are a man. But yes, I think Michaela has said it. I get threats as well because I've been in a lot of these spaces, and people will threaten me. Say like, oh, you're gay. But I'm not heterosexual. I know that you haven't. I know that I have to be gay to advocate for people who are in a different community than me. But okay. Well, I've had people threaten to unalive me, all that. So it's very weird and very touch and go. It's why I've been kind of moving away from debate talk.
Yeah.
Part of discussion talk, because debate talk has just turned toxic.
It's no longer a debate. It's ask a question and then me let you know how I feel about your answer and why it's wrong.
And you're going to take a beating from me and 5 other people.
And people take it way too far on debate talk. Way too far.
I've been doxxed on debate talk, so I understand.
A person was talking about how a person sent a picture of their kid's school to them. It was. I'm like, guys, we're taking this way too far.
Yeah, someone had a picture of my building up where I live at, where I rest my head at. So yeah, absolutely, they take it to the ultimate, because they do not. The bigotry the tactic of bigotry is scare tactic. So people who don't agree with you, who feel like they need to have their voice heard, even though they're being hateful, will threaten you to the point where they want to scare you. But I tell people, I know what I'm getting myself into when I have these conversations. I'm prepared for anything. So, yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate, Javon. I'm sorry that happened to you.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And pretty,
It's horrible. I'm sorry, Javon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you also for coming up.
Yeah, I just always try to bring some type of middle line if people really want. When people come up and they're like, okay, yeah, what can we do to make it different? But then they're not really accepting another person's feelings or views. It's about respect, whether you agree or not. So if you do really want it, you'll hear it, and then you'll just carry it with respect after that.
Thank you for the heart. No, absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming up.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one.
You too.
How you doing, Michaela? You drinking water?
No, I'm not. I'm gardening right now, but I do need to drink some water.
You've just automatically became my default sub-host. I hope that you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good.
Let's see. Who do we got? Let's see who we got here. I apologize that the wait is long, guys. I'm trying to get through to people. I don't know what order anybody is in, so I'm just kind of bringing people in randomly. Dimitri, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. How would you like us to address you pronoun-wise?
I don't have any.
You just spoke on I is a pronoun, buddy. Do people refer to you as a he, him, a she, her, or
you can call me by my name? You can call me by my name.
Is your name Dimitri?
Dimitri. Yes. All right.
Okay.
Do you feel like trans men are men?
Well, that's a complicated question a little bit.
Not really. It's pretty direct.
Sorry, my dog is barking. Look, I think I'm a straight man. Okay, I like women.
Me too.
I lived on this island called Mykonos. It's in Greece. It's a very, very popular gay destination in Europe. I've a gay haven for the last 50 years, actually.
Okay.
And
So
I
what is
worked
that?
in one of the.
What is
I'm
it?
trying to. I'm just trying to
Okay,
give you a little
because
background.
being gay and being trans are completely different.
Yeah, those are two different things.
Okay, fine. What I'm trying to say is that I worked in many gay bars. I've had many gay friends. I still do. I've met so many transsexuals. And yeah, you know, I've met a lot of transgender men working in Mykonos that I could honestly tell you were more feminine and more women than a lot of women that I know.
You mean
You know?
trans women?
Why do you think that people who use they them pronouns are demons? Also, why are you mocking a trans man who is breastfeeding on your page?
God
There's
damn it.
what
Because
going?
I find it fascinating that a man would be actually trying
No, you
to
don't find it
breastfeed.
fascinating. You are mocking them. That's
Hey,
not
so
fascination.
I'm a cis
Absolutely,
male,
because I
and
think it's laughable. I think
Hold
it's
on, Saj,
laughable that you would,
hold on.
that as a man, you would sit there and try to
I think it's
breastfeed a
creepy.
child.
You know what I think, Dimitri? I think it's creepy to watch anyone breastfeed. That is a personal thing that they're doing.
True.
Watching anyone breastfeed is weird, and like having a
Why?
video of that on your page is weird.
Why?
That's
Because
No,
you're
it's
sexualizing
creating
between that
awareness. It's
person and the
creating
child.
awareness
You do
for
not need to.
delusion.
That's
It's
between
creating awareness for delusion.
Dimitri, do
It's
you go around
delusion.
watching people
Dimitri.
breastfeed? Is that what you do, Dimitri?
I muted him.
Okay, because I just think it's very odd and creepy. I don't know why people just keep staring at people breastfeeding. Leave them alone. That's odd.
It is
And
odd.
why is that on your page? That's very weird. That's a red flag.
No, I'm a cis man here. Cis man. I have a son, and if I could breastfeed him, I would. If I could have, I would have. I had to use a bottle to feed him. Even his mother couldn't breastfeed him because her breast milk wasn't nutritious enough for him. So we had to bottle feed him. There is nothing wrong with taking care of your child.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Is this who I think it is? Sorry, I just got excited.
Like,
Where did Moody
Dimitri,
go?
you're muted.
Oh,
Oh,
you're
no,
muted,
I'm
Dimitri.
here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I also just wanted to point out that he also has a video about Bud Light with Justin Trudeau shoving a Bud Light bottle up his rear end.
Absolutely.
Why do you have creepy
Absolutely.
things on your page, sir? What is going on?
Why?
Is the
Because
call coming from inside the
would
house?
Dylan Mulvaney be the
Is the call
spokesperson for
coming
Bud
from
Light?
inside the house,
Because she's
Dimitri?
beautiful, richer than you, and popular? That's
Well,
why?
I'm sorry, but the people that have made Bud Light what it is today
No,
are
you'll never be
men,
her.
regular straight men who
You'll
buy and
never
drink that
be
beer.
her.
Not
What do you
No,
Dylan
regular
Mulvaney,
Regular
straight
the
straight
men?
delusional
men.
lady, the delusional little lady.
Men should
Okay,
make
Hey,
give me a
Dimitri,
break.
beer what it
Dimitri,
is.
Give me
you're
a break.
delusional.
No, I'm
You're
not delusional.
delusional.
What's delusional is
Can I
Dimitri.
tell you a
being a
secret?
man.
Dimitri, oh, what a shame. Bye
Hi,
bye.
Dimitri.
No, I
Um,
couldn't.
Fun,
I kicked him.
that was
He
good.
doesn't.
fun
Yeah, he's
fact
not.
about Bud Light. Oh, I'm sorry,
He's
Goose. Go
not.
ahead.
He's not here. He's here just to argue.
Yeah. Bud Light was the first beer company to sponsor gay bars.
You know,
Bud
I
Light
think
will
Bud.
sponsor anything and
Really?
everything that will make them
Mm-hmm.
money.
I promise.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, but
I don't
also
like.
let's
I
not
just
act like
wish
this isn't
Bud
just
Light didn't
terrible
taste.
capitalism.
Yeah, I just wish it tasted good. I would support them if it was good.
Yeah, no, I don't like Bud. It's like the cheap, watered down beer.
Doesn't get you drunk.
No, well, it gets me drunk because I never drink.
Oh, well, there.
I like wine. I'm a wino. Crunchy, how are you? Welcome to my live. How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
Hey, I'm she, her, they. Does
Okay,
not
welcome.
matter. And I just want to say great job at educating so many people and exposing the uneducated. Let's speak about that.
They expose themselves.
Exactly. And so I want to address this from a spiritual standpoint. So before you even ask me the question at hand, um, as a spiritualist, there's masculine and feminine energies. There's no such thing as men and women, right? Because you can have what we call a man who is the divine feminine within the household, And what we call a woman can be the masculine energy, because that's made up of how you process things, how you look and operate in the world. A masculine energy is more logical, right? A feminine energy is more emotional and spiritual. And so it doesn't matter what appendage you have. We all have both of the energies. It's just which one do you operate in more, right? And so when we look at how you're born and what you are as a child and growing up, you may have more feminine energy, and therefore genderization does not allow you to emote that, because you have been born with a penis and you're supposed to act like a little boy. And therefore that's society is the confusion, not the person. And so we're trying to fit into these social constructs of men, women, boy, girl, and the genderization of both. And if we and this is going to be very hokey pokey and more idealist, if we got rid of those genders, if we got rid of those sexualizations, then we could just be fucking human. There will be no homosexuality. There will be no heterosexuality. There will be no trans, because you will love who you love.
So a gender abolitionist.
Say it again.
Okay.
A gender abolitionist.
No, this is just my spiritual knowledge, so I don't have a category that I subscribe to.
So you don't want to get rid of
gender abolitionists.
Genders. You would. So what the gender abolitionist is just saying that you, as a person, would like to see genders not be a thing anymore.
I'm saying that if it wasn't there, we wouldn't have the issues. We wouldn't have homophobia. We wouldn't have transphobia. Say it again.
We would still have issues. It would just be under a different name.
Absolutely,
Or people would just call it something different, or
we would still have it, because there wouldn't be sexism.
Well, no, just because it wouldn't be the name, homophobia wouldn't be the name anymore, doesn't mean that somebody wouldn't still be against somebody else's sexual preference.
You know, Crunchy, not to compare this to.
Wait, what did you call me?
Is it Crunch? Is it not Crunchy?
Yeah, I thought you said cringy. I thought you were trying to be smart.
Oh, no, not crazy. Okay. I'm sorry. No, I said Crunch.
Okay.
Not to compare this to race, but like Morgan Freeman said a kind of similar thing that you're saying, that if no one called anyone black, if nobody called anybody white, and there was just no one that had names for different races, then we wouldn't have racism. And that is like not true. It's just the cop out, I think. People are bigoted because people are bigoted. People are always, there are certain people that they'll see something they don't understand and they'll try to learn it, and then they'll like understand and they'll move on. Then there's people that will see it, not understand, and just walk away. And then there's also people that will see something they don't understand and then try to destroy it. Right?
Right.
So regardless if we have a name to describe different types of people or different types of experiences when it comes to gender, when it comes to race, when it comes to society, there's always going to be somebody that's trying to destroy something they don't understand or that's not in their life particularly. That's just how human nature is. And we're trying to combat that and make society better, but that is how bigotry works. The names are not the reason why people are bigoted. It's because they just don't like things they don't understand.
Right. And what people do in order to secure their bigotry is they try to use pseudoscience, which is real science, pseudoscience to back up their bigotry. So there is no such thing.
Did you just say pseudoscience is real science?
Because people use science to back their bigotry, which makes it pseudoscience. Right?
No, pseudoscience is pseudoscience and like.
I understand. I'm being creative with my language. I'm being creative with my language. Okay.
Okay.
So, if people are using science to back their bigotry, and there's no such thing as race, right? Because there is no such thing as race. Okay. So if there's no such thing as race, then by using these colonialistic terms, we're just giving in to this idea. It doesn't mean that all bigotry is going to go away, but you are challenging the status quo, right? So
But
the
you can't
terms
just
black and
ignore things until it not so it, and then it just won't exist.
well,
Like
no,
just
no, no. So the for
ignoring
race,
differences is not going to make
it's
things.
a political reality. It's not a scientific reality.
So,
But
so
they
let's put it
use
this
Something
way.
is a
science to
social
back it up.
construct.
If
Because
somebody
something
didn't
is a
want to,
social construct doesn't make it not real.
yeah.
Absolutely, I just said it's a political reality,
So let's
right?
just consider it like this. Let's just think of it this way. If I was gay and somebody else was straight, right? And that straight person saw me and found out that I was sleeping with other men. If they didn't have the word gay to refer to me as, to say that I'm gay, they would probably just use a different word like strange or weird or whatever else it might
That
be.
happens
And that
historically.
would
There was no
and so
homosexuality,
that would end up with it being
right? There was no
derogatory
term in
terms.
the 1800s, and so
Yes.
there was still discrimination, right?
So there's always going to be discrimination, right? There's always going to be. We add in terms so that we can make it more acceptable to talk about, and make it so that we can have conversations around it without it being derogatory. Because if
Right,
somebody
but
was to
you
just
missed
refer
my
to me,
point.
so if I was a gay person and somebody was to just refer to me as strange because they didn't know how else to refer to me, that would just be a derogatory term,
That's
calling
not
me
what I was
strange.
saying. If you
But
go
I
back
can
to
say,
the
hey, I'm
beginning,
gay. They could then say, oh, okay, so that's the term I use. So we'll start saying gay. It's no longer derogatory.
I get what you're saying,
fine.
and I'm on board, and that's what happened historically. Okay, so I'm on board. But you're forgetting what I said at the beginning. There's masculine in terms of spirituality, there's masculine and feminine energies. And that speaks to
So there's
who
not though.
and what you are, because we're actually all both in terms of what you resonate and how you interact in the world is which one of you have more. So if you're born as what we call a boy,
So do you
and
understand that masculine and feminine change over time?
what
And
do you
are
mean?
also social constructs.
They're
No,
all
no, no,
social
no. I'm talking.
constructs.
No. See, this is where we're going
No,
to
like
disagree. I'm
was
talking
it
about
masculine for
I'm
men to
talking
wear
about
high heels?
spiritually. I'm not talking about social constructs.
Is it
I'm
masculine
talking
for men
about
to wear high
how we
heels?
are made up in terms of how we operate in the world, not gender, right? So we all have
That's a
masculine and
social
feminine
construct.
energies. We all have both. It's which
That's a
one you
social
are
construct.
It's
more.
all social constructs that you're talking about here. It's not you have a spiritual or anything like that. It has nothing to do with spirituality or it has to do with a social
Okay,
construct.
so then define
So
socially
for
what a
instance,
masculinity
yeah.
is and what femininity is.
Let's explain it that it changes over time, right? So back in the 1800s or 1600s even, let's just go back in time, right? If I wanted to be masculine, I would wear high heels and I would wear wear
that's
tights.
gender. You're talking about gender
That would
constructs.
be
I'm not talking
that would
about
be
that.
masculine traits
That's what
for me to do
society
that.
says. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not
Do you
what I'm
not
talking about.
Yes, what
So you're not
society says.
you're not
It's what
understanding.
society says. That is,
You're not.
it's
No,
a
no, no. You're not
social construct.
understanding
Okay, how
the
about this?
spiritual.
What is masculine
There is
energy
no
to
spirit.
you,
I
Crunchy?
explained that earlier. So masculine energy in the spiritual realm is more logical, consequential energy. Feminine
Okay,
energy.
what you're saying
No.
right now, Crunchy, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna have to stop you. What you're saying is extremely misogynistic. Women are not more emotional and men are
No,
not more
I didn't say that.
logical.
Nope, ma'am, I didn't say that because a man can
You
Please don't
be
stated that
yell.
a
you
feminine
stated
energy.
that
A
men
man
Okay,
are
but
can.
more
femininity,
This is too
logical.
much for you. It's too
okay, but
much for you.
femininity is
Please
prevalent
don't
in women.
yell.
No.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
one
no.
second,
Because a man can
Femininity,
be a divine
Crunchy,
feminine. And
one
that's
second.
why you're not
I
Can you please
understanding.
not yell and talk
But
over
typically,
Michaela?
femininity is
They cut
prevalent
me
in
off.
women, right? Typically, femininity is prevalent within women.
It can be aligned, but
So yes,
no, not always.
so
No,
but even
because we
so,
all
even
have
yes,
both.
because
We
femininity
all
is
have
associated
both.
with women.
No,
Crunchy,
we all
one
have
second.
both.
Okay, I
We all
understand we
have
all have
both.
both in what you're saying, but saying that femininity and that is more emotional than logical, and then that masculinity is more logical than emotional is extremely misogynistic.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Only
and
no, it is
I will
not.
explain to. Oh
Because
my
you
God,
have both.
I will explain.
Because as a woman
Please.
or as a man, you have both.
Okay.
Hold
So,
on.
but
Crunchy,
in this
Can we take a
patriarchal
pause for a
society,
second?
in this patriarchal society, we value logic more, but that's not what it should be. Just because society says that doesn't mean it's correct. There's an imbalance in the real world, and because we're not understanding spirituality, we're judging it by societal terms.
That's
Okay,
because
I don't
spirits
have
don't
a
actually exist.
spiritual
Please,
view.
1 second. Please, 1 second. The reason why I'm saying that it's misogynistic for what you're saying right now, saying that femininity is more emotional than logical, the only people that are actually more emotional than logical are children. Children will sit there and cry and throw their ice cream across the grocery store because they got
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. You're twisting
yes,
my words.
a
You have
child is
different
going to act.
Can you
with their
please
Let her
stop
finish.
interrupting?
Let me
Please
finish.
stop
A
interrupting.
child is going to act more with emotions than actual logic and rules within society and how to properly act within society, which uses logical thinking, not just your emotions. So saying that femininity that is prevalent in women, saying that we are more emotional than we are logical is misogynistic. Human beings as adults are more logical than emotional. When we're kids, we're more emotional. And that's why we have people to take care of us, people to look after us, because we don't act rationally when we do things, right? When we were kids, then we turn into adults. Then we now think with logic and know how to go throughout the world. So Crunchy, I know you're trying to get, I know what you're trying to get at, that it's like a fluid thing without society. If we didn't have labels, maybe it would be more accepted. Okay, but I don't understand how that's relevant to what's going on right now in the real world. We use labels to identify different types of people. So it's either do you agree with the topic or disagree? Because this entire conversation has derailed into spirituality, and I don't understand why. You're muted, Goose. Yeah.
Crunchy, you need to unmute yourself because you're muted.
Okay, so she is misogynistic because she is gauging the maturity of a child with the maturity of an adult. Emotional energy is power. Emotional energy is power. Emotional energy is power. Masculine and logical energy is not better than emotional energy.
Michaela,
But under
did you know emotional
patriarchy, it
energy is
is.
power?
So when a person
Apparently I did
says,
not.
and it aligns, you're cutting me off again, and it aligns, then you're going to assume that that person is thinking that emotional energy is weaker. You're thinking that.
How does this relate that trans men are men?
No, what I'm saying is,
Because okay, as I was saying from the beginning, she asked
emotion.
me a question.
No,
She asked me a
you
question.
saying, Crunchy, what I'm saying is you saying that a human being feminine,
There's a
they're more
question on the board, isn't
emotional
there?
than they are logical.
Why did she get the
Is
cut off?
misogynistic.
Why did she
And
get
I
to cut
just
people
told
off?
you why.
And when there's a
Quite
question
frankly,
by a
I don't even
moderator.
know who's talking, who's cutting who off.
Okay, yeah. So I was asked the question, and she inserted. Okay, so I was asked by the moderator what this has to do with trans men. So here's the thing. So if trans men would be able to be who they are, no matter what their genitalia is, because they're going to be spiritually aligned with who they are throughout their life. Period. Point blank. Period. If you have a vagina and you identify as a masculine energy, there's no problem with you going to the boys' bathroom. There's no problem with you wearing
oh
boys'
God, you
clothes.
could have
There's
just
no
said
problem
that.
with you emoting as a boy. It does not matter.
You could have just said that instead of this last half an hour.
No.
Okay.
I was saying that, but Michaela wanted to insert her views,
Michaela,
her misogynistic views, because she has been ruled by patriarchy. So she rebelled
What?
against spiritual law because she
What
doesn't know it.
are you? What are you
why,
making up here?
Michaela, why are you being
Oh, this is
attacked by this woman?
wild.
Have you interacted with her
This is
before?
I haven't.
wild.
Absolutely
I
not.
haven't. This is. I'm
Absolutely
dead.
not.
I'm literally
And
dead.
here's the thing,
I
it's so
can't.
toxic.
Wild.
It's
Crunchy.
so toxic
What?
that I'm aligning with you all, and you could not
What?
hear it.
No,
And
Oh
you
my
laughed,
God.
you
and
said
you
So
something
walked
I don't see
over.
an
misogynistic,
alignment.
and now you're having a fit. You said something misogynistic. I pointed that out in a
No,
logical
you
form.
interpret it as
And
misogynistic
no,
because
it
you
was
internalize
misogynistic.
patriarchy. You
It
are a
was.
No,
Hey,
walking
Michaela.
I.
No, what are you
patriarchal
talking
Hey,
about,
demon.
Crunchy?
Michaela.
You have
What?
a
Hey,
patriarchal
Michaela.
demon.
Yes.
No, you. No, you. That's what she's saying. No, you.
Yeah.
You said she was misogynistic, and she said no, you. And now she's saying that you have a demon inside you.
No,
She's
I
a
said
mess.
she has a patriarchal demon living inside her because she has
That's
internalized
exactly what I just
patriarchy.
said.
How do I have
That's
internalized
exactly what I just
So, Crunchy, you disagree that kids are not more emotional than logical? You disagree with that? You
No,
think kids are
I
more
said,
logical
I
than
clarified your statement and I said that they have an immature
No,
emotionality.
no,
So
it's
to
not about
compare
immaturity.
a
It's not
child's
about immature.
emotion to a full grown woman
It's not
is
about
is
immaturity,
so
Crunchy.
indicative
You
of
need
where
to
you
answer
are
the
mentally. So when
question.
we're talking about emotions and
Answer
you go
the
to a
question.
child whose
Answer the
brain has
question.
not been formed, whose
Answer the
experiences
question.
has not given them the
Answer the
ability
question.
to
She's not gonna
evoke
answer.
I don't
emotionally,
think
and
that.
I
you're
need a
I
comparing
nap.
don't
that
think
to a
that they
divine
are
feminine, and that's what
No,
capable.
gender
this is
they
why
are.
you need send gifts to the
I need a
host
nap.
because these are just awful conversations. The people we
Sorry,
have to interact with, you guys.
I did it.
No.
I booted her. I booted her. I just
Thank you
like,
so much, Goose.
Thank you.
Me, a
I'm just like,
misogynist? That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
No, you. No, you. No, but you.
I.
That was
you
wild.
know, I
And this
can't,
is why.
I can't
Oh,
do
sorry.
like all of the like 50, like everybody talking at the same time. Like I don't know who's interrupting who, and it's like, I'm sorry, Michaela, you are not misogynistic at all.
Thank
Right?
you.
And
Oh, you
and
don't
so
even have
like
to say that because we
for
know.
like somebody who doesn't even know you to just put that out there, I'm just like, how do Jesus Christ. Thank you for the pancakes. Thank you for the gifts, guys.
It's so funny that the comments were getting
Thank you,
so
guys.
upset because we weren't, we weren't listening or we weren't letting her speak. She was literally calling Michaela a demon. Why should we listen to that? Please.
Like,
Why
how do you
should
get
we
the
hear that
right?
opinion?
How do you get the demon out?
Holy
It's just
Spirit, activate.
Like an
Holy
exorcism.
Spirit,
calling
activate.
me a demon is ridiculous. I don't know
Hey,
what's
I
wrong
gotta.
with that girl.
I just
Thank you
appreciate
for the
that I
gifts,
got a
you guys.
really good laugh out of that. Like that was I laughed
You're
so
welcome.
hard. It was so great. Thank you all for being
You're
there
welcome.
for it.
You're welcome. Anytime, anything for you. What's up, Carl? How you doing? How would you? What pronouns would you like us to address you as?
Just call me Carl, I guess, or
All right,
he, him, if
Carl.
you prefer. Whichever one's fine. I don't care.
Hey, Carl. Do you feel like are trans men?
I think trans men are trans men, and I think trans women are trans women.
Why?
Because it's creating a new category as opposed to joining a category, if that makes any sense.
Go ahead, Michaela.
So how do you want it to be played out in society? Do you want to be saying like trans mother, trans sister, trans niece, trans nephew? Do you want them to always put trans in front of everything they're referred to within society?
Well, you think about it. How often do you call someone a man or a woman today?
No.
Often.
I didn't say man or a woman. I said a mother. So should they say trans mother, trans sister, trans nephew, trans niece?
I think we've already gotten past that. I think in a couple with two lesbians, they can both be mother, they can both be father. It's interchangeable. I don't think it
I'm
has
saying
to.
if I have if I have a sibling, right? And
Okay.
I'm like, that's my sister. And if they're
Okay.
trans, should I have to say trans sister or should I just say sister?
How would you say sister? I mean, I don't.
Right.
That's a personal preference, you know.
It would be a personal preference. I mean, so do you think it's safe for people to out people in every situation in life?
I don't think there's any outing. Where's the outing?
You mean by saying they're trans?
Well, I said you don't have to say they're a trans sister or a trans brother or a trans mother. I don't
Okay,
think
then
that's
why are you
necessary.
saying that we have to say trans men or trans men? Why can't we just call them men?
Because one is a basically a relationship, and one is a term for, you know, a gender or a sexual whichever preference, you know.
So
No,
I'm a cis.
no.
So I'm a cis man here, and as
Okay.
a cis man,
I'm not a cis
I
man.
wasn't. So I wasn't
Hold,
born a man. I accepted and became a man when I got older. I chose to be a man, and there was a point where a lot of people would call me boy or child, and I had to tell them that I'm a man and to not call me that anymore. And some of them didn't like it. They were transphobic, I guess, and didn't like to change
Trans?
the pronouns,
You lost
and
me.
didn't like to change the wording there. So I ended up having to tell them that I'm a man and you should refer to me as a man and not as a boy anymore. You see, this is just a social construct. It's a social thing, this interaction we have with people. There's not a physical thing here involved in it whatsoever. Nobody's born a man, nobody's born a woman. We all evolve and change our identity as we grow, and we all become something, and we tell others what we are. You can be, anything you want to be, we're told, but then there's people that come against us and say we can't be those things we want to be. So a trans man is a man. We say trans only when we're trying to have an added distinguisher there when we're in a talk with people around genders or sexual organs or things like that. Then we might add these other terms in there. But otherwise, if we're just in a day-to-day conversation, Goose here would just be referred to as a man because Goose is a man. I wouldn't call Goose a trans man unless I'm in a conversation about trans and cis, like a trans and cis conversation.
I agree with that.
So Goose is in fact
Can
a
I
man.
ask you?
Here it comes. Go ahead,
So
Nerdy.
Carl, can I ask you a question?
Of course. Why the huff?
So
Because I
you're
already know without Nerdy even saying anything where she was. She was looking up your content, so I'm sure that
Of
she found
course,
something.
of course, doing the research. Go ahead.
your profile content is horrendous. You literally called Dr. Fauci Satan.
Yeah, I think he's not a very good guy. What does that have to do with trans anything?
He's Satan.
Does that disqualify me from any kind of trans talk?
You think that
Satan's
Ron
a
DeSantis
strange.
is a hero.
I do.
You think that Ron DeSantis is a hero. Do you know
Okay.
that he literally said that the state of Florida can let trans people unalive if they don't like them?
Yeah, I would disagree with that if they said that. If I heard that, I just never heard that.
So would you call that a hero?
I never heard that. I don't believe that's true. But if I did
Okay,
find it to
what
be
makes
true,
him
I would
okay,
disagree with him.
Carl? What makes him a hero then? What makes him a hero?
I live
Why
in
are we
Florida.
talking
He's
about
not a hero.
politics? Are we trying to do character assassination so we don't have to talk about the topic?
This is
No,
your
I'm
public
saying you're
profile.
saying he's a hero. I just why
He is a hero, but it doesn't have much to do. See, the only thing I like about him, like the only thing that like I heard earlier that there was something about refusing medical care. That's atrocious.
Yes.
I had no
Right,
idea
so
about that.
He's doing that.
So
Carl.
what?
Oh my
What?
God.
Okay, just can I
Oh my
speak, or
God.
you
Carl, do you live
talking
in
over me
Florida?
like you talked over other people?
No, because you
Carl,
are
Can I?
do you live
coming
in
up
Florida?
I
here
can't speak. Okay.
with incredibly set in beliefs that are very dangerous and very
Well, to
inflammatory.
you,
Of
but
course,
luckily
it's
we're in the
going to
United States, right?
to you. What do you mean to me? You
To
think it's
you.
okay? You think it's
Yes, you.
okay that Ron DeSantis can make a law that allows medical providers to let a trans person unalive because of religious, moral, or ethical beliefs? You think that's okay?
I think I've answered that already. Did you hear me, or you don't listen to me? You don't listen. You just talk.
So we heard. So
Okay, good. Thank you.
Carl
You
said
heard me?
he
Thank you.
didn't. Carl said he didn't know. So I'll just clarify. He said he didn't know that was a thing.
Thank you. Someone was listening.
Carl,
Thank you.
So you,
Carl, real quick.
Simmer
Do
down.
you live in
yes,
Florida?
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Do you live in Florida?
I do not. I've been
Okay.
there several times.
I live in Florida. I'm currently sitting in Florida, looking
Okay.
out at a palm
Condolences.
tree. Ron DeSantis is no hero whatsoever, not even considered a hero in this state. He is destroying our cities, our state, our agriculture, our entire population here is suffering.
Why are we
because
talking
of
about Ron DeSantis? That's just
So I just
Okay,
want to clarify that. That's all I wanted to do.
I will tell you why, okay? Because typically when somebody creates content on their page that is very problematic towards the transgender community, it is a strong indication that they are not here in good faith.
Well, I mean, if I get a chance, I can prove that I am.
Go for
I'd
it.
have to speak, though. I have to speak.
Go
Okay,
for it.
so I think it all started with me.
He supports Putin, by the way.
I do not support Putin.
It's not surprising.
Where did you get I support Putin?
Go ahead. Continue on. So I want to hear why you feel like trans men are not men.
Because they're not.
Why? Tell me why.
Because they don't have a wiener.
You mean
and they
What
don't.
if they do have a wiener?
What if they do? What do you mean, after surgery or something?
Yeah.
Then they're a creation of
a
doctor.
The fact that you call it a wiener tells me everything, that you can't even use the anatomically
a
correct
digaloo.
terminology.
Okay.
How about a
so,
digaloo?
so if a person is born male, let's say.
Wait, Carl, do you
Well,
understand?
I could give you my spiel, and they would answer a lot of questions.
Hold on. Do you,
Well, no, Carl,
do you understand that sex and gender are different?
I do, and I've heard this. But they've been interchangeable, and they've throughout history, they've been one of the same for the most part.
No, that's not true at
They've
all.
been divided in modern history.
Carl, that's not true. Don't lie to people.
Sure it is.
What determines someone's biological sex?
Their biological sex, their chromosomes. What are we talking about?
Yeah, okay.
There's 5.
You say chromosomes as well. What? How long have we known about chromosomes? Did we always?
Not
know
very
about
long, really. No, not very long.
Yeah, not very long, right? And people still identified as men and women, so they didn't need to know their chromosomes or their biological sex
I
to
agree.
know they're men and women. So that's
Mhm.
not true what you just said. That was false.
I think you proved my point. I mean,
Did not-
male and
I did not
female,
prove your point.
and
What I'm saying is they didn't need to know their biological sex to identify as men and women. We didn't always know about chromosomes. We didn't always look in everybody's pants as well. Like, Carl, I'm not going down the street saying somebody's a man, saying somebody's a woman, and looking down their pants. I listen to what they say they are, because people look different, right? So if somebody's like, if I misgender someone accidentally, and they're like, oh no, I'm it's he, him, or she, her. I'm not going to question their womanhood or their manhood. I'm not going to pull down their pants.
I wouldn't do that
I'm not
either.
gonna test their chromosomes. I'm not going to do any of that.
I know.
Because that's not related to who they are as a human being.
Okay.
Something we have known for a very, very, very long time throughout all of history, which all of recorded
what?
history, I should say, is that there isn't only two sexes.
When did we
We
figure
also
that out?
know this to be
Where
true
was
in
that?
indigenous
We have been
populations as
through
well.
all of recorded history. There has been record of there being more than two sexes.
Can I get an
Mesopotamia,
example of those?
to be specific.
What about
Mesopotamia.
What were they?
Intersex.
Indigenous population.
Intersex is what we call it now, but a lot of populations called it by a variety of different names. For like if you wanted to talk about like indigenous
Like a
tribes across
hermaphrodite
all.
kind of thing?
No, that is a derogatory term.
Why is that derogatory? That means you have.
No,
both.
that's just a.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No,
It doesn't mean
it's
that.
a derogatory term.
So intersex is a variety of characteristics. One of those intersex characteristics is somebody who is masculine presenting, but has all of the female characteristics as far as body parts go. That was a separate gender back in the past as well, a separate sex entirely. And it hasn't ever been like this thing that you talk about of like a binary of male and female. We have never had this binary of male and female. Throughout all of history, there's never been this binary. There's been a push to force a binary, in history. Yes, that's been continuously, even now, happening in today's world, where people are trying to push this idea of there has to be this binary, get rid of all of these other things. And there's even been genocide that has happened to where they've tried to literally wipe out people who are of intersex, and trying to force it to only be the binary. But there has never in our entire history ever been a situation where it has ever been a binary.
That's what they're saying. Yeah, I'm a history major, by the way. I've got a BA in history, and I
then
really
you know this.
And you
I do
don't
not
know
know that,
this?
actually. That's something that's been injected for the narrative.
So what's been injected?
No, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this.
So
Like
what
if
has
you
been
like,
injected?
well, can I get a
Please
chance
explain.
to speak? Or,
Yeah,
okay,
I would like you to
let me.
explain that.
You're just making shit
Yeah.
up
So
now.
basically, well, you would know because you're the social worker, right? Okay. Well, anyway,
I know because I'm a
almighty.
scientist, but
So
go ahead and give me
Was that supposed to
how
bother me? Your
it was
insecurities
injected.
are so loud.
Okay, so basically, there's always been mutations. There's always been disorders. There's always been different cultures that had different ways and different values on different things, and that's true. To where intersect, I would imagine, in some degree, were there, and there probably were very much of a minority or a very, very small percentage of population. So it was probably neglected, and it was probably
Carl,
not really
I'm getting
written about
bored.
in history. You're getting bored. What about the last guy that spoke for 3 times longer? Yeah, so it's been injected. It's been injected like it's, you know, it's like an even. There's like
Hey,
a
Carl.
2 out of 3 or 1 out of 5.
Hey, Carl, can you say the actual correct term for a wiener?
Yeah, penis, I guess. To me, they're interchangeable. It's my terminology. It's what I identify them as. Is that okay?
Carl, I have never
Yes.
heard an adult man call a penis a wiener. I only
I
hear
have,
7-year-olds.
believe
do
it or
that.
not, there are quite a few men out there who are afraid
What
of
do
the
you call
word
a-
penis.
What do you call a vagina? Do you call that like a flower or a box or something?
No, I call it a vajayjay.
All right.
A lot of men call it.
But anyway, can I give my spiel and actually
Carl,
talk?
Go, Carl. Just talk because I'm going to bring up
JJ.
somebody else because I'm.
Right. Just give me a minute, then you can dump me, okay?
Go.
All right.
Go.
Without
You're
interruption,
boring.
otherwise we'll reclaim my time, okay?
You're
Let him go.
reclaiming your time. He's like on the
Yeah.
Senate floor trying to.
Mostly
insert
from
stories.
mostly from Nerdy.
right.
She's the rude one.
Let's go,
Okay,
let's go.
so
Get it out.
okay, here we go.
Here we go.
It's indoctrination
I'm
and
starting the clock.
tolerance. Start it right now. Okay. All right. Tolerance and indoctrination. Can you shut up, Nerdy, for me? Can you stop the rude person, please?
Nerdy,
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
Let Carl reclaim his time and get his.
Thank you.
spiel out,
Thank
okay,
you.
so we can
Thank
move
you.
on to the
Thank
next
you.
one. Go ahead.
First of all, it starts off that we're all humans. And in the United States, fortunately, we're all citizens of the United States. And there's minimums that you have to treat each other with. So you don't say, "Are you a trans man?" You say, "Hi, nice to meet you," blah, blah, blah. And if it comes up, like another guest said, maybe you broach that because they start the broaching. And you go with them as much as they want to go with it. But you're not forced to believe in what they have, and you don't have to change your classification to cis because you have to make them feel better about their situation. It's their freedom to do whatever they want. Now, there's no freedom to push that upon my child in 2nd grade, and I think that's what bothers most people. And I think there's no freedom to say, well, my wife has to share the bathroom with biological men, some of which pretend to be a trans person, and they actually hurt people. So
This is seriously what you wanted to overtalk me for? Was this nonsense? Like,
no, you're the overtalker mostly. You're the rude
this
person.
is boring.
So anyway,
All right. I'm going to give you like.
reclaiming
I'm going to give you
my
like 30
time.
seconds.
Reclaiming my time.
Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay, great. Just shut her up. Can you mute Nerdy for me?
Listen,
Because she
no,
can't control
no.
herself.
Nope.
She's one of those immature people.
Shut that loud woman.
I'm not going to shut her up. I will not because I have respect for her.
Not
Put a
asking
put a
man
wiener
to
in her
shut
mouth
you
or
up.
something.
You're
Be
funny.
quiet.
Oh, there it is.
Disgusting.
Fuck. Damn! I'm going to put a wiener in. I'm going to put a wiener in his mouth.
Gross.
What's up?
So-
Wow. Sorry.
I was being
goodness.
patient there
I'm
out of
sorry,
respect
Nerdy.
for you, Goose.
Oh, don't be sorry. I knew he was a child. See, I'm very intentional in what I say and what I do, and it's matching energy because if you act like that with them, it's very easy to see how they're going to react, and we knew that was going to happen.
I feel like I'm gonna like the life coach. That's why I brought him up. But is it Marilyn? Marlon. I have a feeling that you do not feel like trans men are men because I was just observing your comments in the comment section.
Oh
Is that
wait,
correct?
Goose, can I be a moderator? People are putting gross things in your comments.
I thought you were. I added you. Can I not add you as a moderator while you're in my box?
Let me.
You can.
Oh.
Oh wait, no. There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, I'm sorry, I forgot your name again. Marlon.
Marley, yeah.
Marlon.
Okay.
How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
She.
She. Do you feel like
She.
trans men are men?
I mainly had questions, but personally, no, I don't. They're
Why?
women that transfer themselves over as men, which is fine.
Wait.
Now,
What? Say that. I didn't hear you.
I said there
They're,
are women that transition into men.
they're females, right?
Females,
Exactly.
women, females.
They are, but you know what? They're still men though. They're still men.
I mainly had a question about the whole intersex thing. That was one of, yeah. If I can ask that question.
Well, I can't really answer anything intersex related as I am not intersex, and I don't want to speak.
I can. If
Are
you would
you
like.
intersex?
No, my wife is though.
Okay. Can you explain that to me? Like, what does that mean? Because, like, I heard you tell Carl that the term hermaphrodite was a derogatory. That I did not know. That's something I learned today.
Yeah.
So can you explain that to me a bit more?
Yeah, so that term used to be used in the medical field. It was made into a derogatory term primarily to shame people who are born different than male or female. But the amount of people in the world that are born intersex is massive. People aren't very much aware
And
of this,
that
but
is having both parts?
no, intersex
Okay.
does not involve just having both parts. Intersex involves a spectrum of individuals that include having, for instance, a brain that is has a processing similar to a female brain, but has all of the body parts of a male, or somebody who has like PCOS. Women who have PCOS are intersex. So like 5 to 18% of all women in the world are intersex, just based on that one characteristic. And there's other things that you can have. Yeah, you can be born with a penis and a vagina, or you can be born with multiple parts, of course. But in history, we've seen that a lot of people have mutilated those children over time, and by doing things like cutting off the penis when they have both parts, so that the person grows up with only the one part and not knowing that they're intersex. So intersex is a huge piece of our population, and we need to start recognizing that it is there.
So how does intersex and trans correlate, or how do they
So
get put in the
normally,
same basket like
intersex
that?
and trans will only correlate if the person correlates them. There's no correlation between genders and sex as far as intersex is concerned. Like, you can be born entirely female and be transition into a man. There's nothing. It doesn't have to have an intersex to have that happen.
And social. Hey, I brought in Mary because Mary is intersex, and
yeah,
she's a mutual of mine and wanted to speak on this as well.
Oh, I just wanted to just kind of give a direct example of what intersex is. I am intersex. I was born missing, and some intersex is actually chromosomal, like what the other guest was saying. I was born actually missing an X chromosome, which means I was born without my uterus or female reproductive organs. So that would be kind of an example of what intersex is. I don't identify as trans, but it does, there are obviously intersex that identify as trans as well.
Okay.
Yeah, being trans, like I said, I don't think it has anything to do with intersex at all. Trans people, they're trans because of their identity, their outward expression, what they believe to be, rightfully so, what they feel like, and it's a social construct. So it's not like based on medical terms or anything like that. Like nobody's born a man. You're not biologically a man or biologically a woman. That's not a thing.
Does that answer your
I
question?
don't understand that last comment. I was understanding up until your last statement.
So in biology, there is sex characteristics, but in biology, there is no man and woman. Those aren't biological terms.
Correct. Male and female in intersex are biological terms.
Yes.
Man, woman, boy, girl, those are gender identities.
Yeah, and that gender identities can also include things like lawyer, president. Those things as well can be considered. People can be referred to as those rather than like. It's a social construct. They're all social constructs.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take this, offline and talk to Social or Mary about this on the side, by all means, explore that. I don't have much knowledge on intersex,
Okay.
but I definitely critically. Thank you for joining my live. I feel honored that you're actually here. But thank you for joining. Mary, also, thank you for coming up. I don't mean to tokenize you. But I definitely appreciate your visibility and your insight on things. So
No, absolutely. No, anytime, I love you, Goose, and love your content and support you 1,000%. So anytime.
All right, I'm gonna drop you guys down. I want to say hello to the life coach. The life coach. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Goose? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well, pretty well. Are you here to talk about the topic here? Because perhaps you disagree that trans men are men?
Yeah, I mean, I'd honestly, I do disagree, but just for the sake of keeping some, educational development behind it, I'd love to just, create questions and then build off of. Because I think there's two formats. There's two formats, right? There can be debate, which goes back and forth, and so on and so forth. But I think I would just prefer to ask some questions, and if you guys could respectfully answer those, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I try. Debating isn't my strong suit. I prefer to have calm conversations. I don't particularly enjoy when people get heated and start arguing and raising their voice. It gives me a lot of anxiety. So I like to have conversations, right?
Nice.
Not arguments, right? I'm
Yeah,
not
of
here
course.
to pick a fight with anybody. But can you explain to me why it is that you feel like who's sending these people to the live? I don't. Nerdy, you're seeing the people coming in. So why do you feel like trans men are not men?
So if I answer that, I think that'll open up kind of the debate perspective.
No, it won't.
Which I
It
think.
won't. We're not
I
gonna
can.
debate.
Okay, no problem. So I think have you heard of epist?
Epistemology.
You can. I know it's not a common thing talked about, but epistemology. It's basically like the study of knowledge, basically, in simplicity.
So what does that have to do with trans men being men?
Sure. It's actually like an overarching concept of like, how do we even know what we know? And it's very introspective and it's profoundly deep. Most people prefer to kind of avoid it, but I think it's really important to understand my perspective. So, let's just make this simple. For the sake of this conversation, we disagree that, I'm going to say X and you guys are going to say Y, right? So we'll just label it as X and Y. I take X, you take Y. We debate back and forth why X is X or Y is Y or Y is not X and X is not Y, right? It's just language. It's just words that we're using to communicate, right? But epistemology is basically the study of how do you even know what you know. So it's like
so epistemology is about justifying your
Hold on,
reasons for it,
socialist.
though.
Who's talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just, life coach, what is your point? I mean, if you don't, I don't know, like Goose doesn't want to have a debate with you, but I'll debate with you. Why do you not believe trans men are
very
men?
clearly when I came in, I said I only wanted to ask questions.
Right, but you're losing me with all this philosophy talk. Like I want to just like talk about just be blunt. Just like I got a line of people waiting to come in.
Okay, sure.
I don't want to have like a. Go ahead.
Okay, so then can we make this a little bit more of like a story and a personal journey question? Is that okay?
Why are you asking these questions? Could you not ask Google these questions? I mean, what's your point?
Oh, the thing is I'd honestly love to hear Goose's story a little bit, respectfully.
Hey Alexa, can we answer his question?
Stay in the chat. You'll be able to hear it over and over again.
Yeah.
That is.
I mean, I don't know if Goose right now wants to tell you his entire life story, but.
No, I mean, I'm like towards the end of my life, I give bits and pieces of my story along the way. You could also watch a lot of my content. It pretty much pieces together my story, especially in my folder that says transition videos. My DMs are open if you want to ask me any questions. Yeah, basically.
Okay. No worries. No worries.
Oh, critically has arrived.
So
I know. You just noticed that?
No, because I've been too busy asking about what I want for lunch.
I want a burrito.
I guess.
So I would like to clarify on the epistemology thing that was being brought up earlier. That the epistemology thing was to basically say, what's your justification for believing that you are right?
Yes, Goose.
And so we are justified in the aspect of trans rights and acknowledging that trans people exist.
Sure, I'm not in disagreement with various elements of the human experience and equality for sure. I understand that. I guess what this conversation, when I hear it come up, I can't help but to think about that. It becomes very linguistic incredibly fast. And language can be very, very subjective, meaning it's me versus you versus them, he versus she. And the thing is like, how do we approach a sense of objectivity with this? In other words, somebody's wrong. I'm not going to say whether it's you or me or me or you, but it's not that like both perspectives can be correct. And so how do we draw the line?
Can you please land the plane?
Oh my God, I'm like, yeah, please, I'm sorry.
You are just monologuing and not really saying anything. Can you just say
again,
trans men are men or trans women are women, or if you don't agree with that?
Epistemology is the philosophical equivalent of masturbation. That's what it is.
Jesus, Dutch.
All right, Dutch.
Sorry.
This is just.
I'm saying that as a doctor of philosophy.
You're not teaching us anything. You're not teaching us anything. You're not helping us come to an understanding.
I'm going to bring somebody else up.
This is pointless.
Sorry, guy.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm
Why are
sorry.
you sorry? Don't be sorry.
They're not all boring guys. Only some of them are.
Oh,
God. Yeah. I'm going to bring up another guest. Goose, what didn't feel? Goose, don't.
You know what
feel
he?
bad.
Oh
He's
my
just
God!
not.
You know what he reminds me of? For anybody who watches What We Do in the Shadows, that was Colin. That was
Hey.
Colin Robinson to a T. To
Energy
a
vampire.
T. Yes, that is why I feel the way I feel right now. That was the best example of Colin Robertson.
That was like
There we go.
15 minutes of my life that I'll never get back. Hello, Critically. How are you?
Doing all right, Goose. I like your lives. Good to. I don't know if I've ever talked to you directly, but
No. You haven't.
really like your platform.
I thank you very much.
Royalty has arrived.
I haven't decided if I like you or not yet. I've only seen you in other lives.
Oh God.
But we're gonna see how it goes. Do we like him?
Goose. Yes.
Nerdy likes me, I think.
Oh, nice. Well, you know what? If Nerdy likes you, then you're good. Royalty has arrived. I see you in lives occasionally, and they're usually conversations that are really fucking heated.
Yeah, that's totally fair. They definitely can be. I tend to discuss very hot button issues, so that results. And I'm okay with turning up the temperature sometime. Although I haven't been on in a while, and I recognize that being inflammatory isn't always a healthy thing.
Well, guys, we have somebody famous here. What we're gonna do is
That's not true.
I'm going to drop everybody out of my request box, and I only want people that don't believe that trans men are men to join. All right? Those are the only people I want in my box right now. I have like 45 minutes before I have to leave. That's why.
I just wanted to say, Goose, that you probably see him in Heated Lives because he goes in with the Gators. He jumps into lives with like the worst of the worst
Where did I
of the worst.
see you? I feel like I saw you.
Not the best individuals.
You're like on the conservative side a lot in those debates, aren't you?
Yeah, I do hop in with some conservative or quasi-fascist types and battle it out. But if you...
What's up, guys? Yo, hey.
Oh my God, this is like a dream. This is remembering a dream. I haven't heard your name in for fucking ever.
Critically, do you miss me, buddy?
Is this?
I don't know if I'd say that.
Oh, I think they're gonna go on a date, y'all. We got to be quiet and let them speak.
Yep. Hey, Taylor.
No.
Is it Taylor or Tyler? Tyler. Welcome to my live. I just want to first formally welcome you to my live. And what pronouns can we use to address you? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's Tyler's end. There's little red bars, so he might have a bad signal.
Tyler. Hello. Don't make me drop you. Drop you and come back? Tyler?
There he is. Oh, that's Dutch. Never mind. Dutch.
No. All right. I can't hear him. I'm going to drop him.
I don't fully remember, but I don't think he's very much right-leaning, far-right type persons.
Yeah, Mike just said it. He's a Bluntarian.
Well, you know what? You could always tell. You could always tell because they're usually either sitting in front of a big pickup truck or, using the American flag as like a T-shirt or something.
Which is apparently like illegal, technically, according to like flag regulations. So they're not even respecting original.
America. That's right.
Is it really having a picture of a flag?
No, having it as your T-shirt.
Wait, guys, sorry. I'm not a Bluntarian.
Hold on, everybody quiet. Let's welcome Tyler back. How you doing? Tyler, you and your McDonald's Wi-Fi, you need to get someplace where we can hear you.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll come back.
I mean, we can hear you,
Oh, the anticipation.
My service is messed up.
but we can hear you right now. Okay.
Critically, you're bringing in all your people over here. They're flocking now. I'm seeing them come in.
Oh, the comments?
No, I'm seeing people. I'm seeing familiar names that wouldn't normally be in my live joining.
This is a treat.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I
You
haven't
have
been around in a
no
while.
idea. I am so excited, and I will make a promise. I will never interrupt critically because I am so
Okay, no,
excited.
don't do that. That's if you got something to say, just I
And
don't
I
care.
respect him so much. This is so exciting. This is like
Holy
the
shit,
equivalent of
Nerdy's
watching.
like fangirling hard,
Nerdy's like
dude.
fangirling.
I'm
Look
so
at this.
excited. I'm
Like,
so
I've ne-
excited.
I gotta
Critically,
check
just
you
want-
out critically. I know, like, Jeezy criminy, like,
Right.
Nerdy's
I
like,
just do
even know.
debates. I don't even post content yet. I might want to post content eventually, but
You know
I'm,
what?
I'm
I've
definitely
never,
over
Nerdy
here
says
skiing
yes.
a little bit.
I have never heard Nerdy fangirl before. I'm just saying.
I'm so excited. I just know it's like really it is so cool to listen to critically debate. It's just really it's a treat, like truly. I'm
Well,
squealing in excitement over here just a little bit.
Well, I just
All right.
I'm envious.
I have to drop.
No,
Who said that?
no, he said he has to try.
I'm playing. I'm teasing.
I want to hear him drop some knowledge. I know. You know what? Oh, look, even Forever Single is fangirling right now. And it's funny. You come, and then there's like nobody's here. Nobody's in opposition now. I think they're afraid of you.
It's usually what happens when I come.
Where? Okay, everybody is like on the
Say
edge
what?
of the seat, waiting.
Yeah, are there like no opposition in requests?
I got one.
Where'd Tyler go?
Oh,
We're gonna wait for Tyler to come back. Hey,
that's not opposition.
Sorry, I'm not opposition.
I know Trayvon.
all right, man.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. I got one spot open, so I'm saving it for somebody really special. Not that you're not special, but you know what I mean.
It's go. I just want to say hi. I'm dropping out.
All right, thank you. Yeah. I guess we'll just wait. Leave me alone. I'm allowed to have idols. Who is this person? Like this person with no name.
A troll, maybe?
Literally
Uh-oh.
no name.
Oh.
Who is this?
This is my part, nobody else speak. This
What?
is my part, nobody else speak. This is my part, nobody else speak.
Is that all?
This little light of mine.
Troll.
Is that it?
Okay.
Is that it? That's all you got? You just
Why do
wanted
you
to,
think
What are
I'm
they
a troll?
doing?
I was just saying.
they just wanted to come up here and have a, they just wanted to have a moment. That was flop.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't flop. It wasn't flop.
I think that was AI, honestly.
Who's it? Sounded very much like.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? What is how can we address you? What are your pronouns?
He,
Oh my
him.
God.
What?
Sorry, I'm trying to troll her, but I forgot
I
Michaela's
know
in
who
here
this
and she knows me.
person is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was like, I don't know why you're acting like this right now.
Oh,
Is this- is
Bruce,
this-
you are also in the presence of royalty. Such a blessing. I'm singing so hard over here, you don't even know.
Could somebody fill me in?
Sorry, I was just gonna debate, but I don't really. I was just trying to fill some time. That's all. I was just gonna troll. I see Michaela all day. I don't know what the fuck going on, but every time I'm on a live, she on a live. If I'm walking
Yeah.
through Target, she in the sock aisle. I don't know what's going on. So I see her all the time, but I had to hop up because I'm probably going to jump on one of her lives sometime today. So that's what's up.
Alrighty, man.
Yes.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Oh,
Michaela, you got a fan club, huh?
maybe a little.
Only Morgan Freeman is God. That's right.
Thank y'all for the gifts. I'm about to buy me a burrito. If you want Michaela to have a burrito today, send gifts. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Okay.
My fiance thinks I have a problem, and I kind of do.
So that was Chris McKay.
Who is that? Should I know that name?
He's in, well, probably not, but I do. He is
I thought that was from the first name.
an Emmy award, and
Oh shit!
yes, that's why I was like, I'm so excited.
Hey Tasha, how are you today? How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
She.
She. So do you feel like
Yep.
are trans? Well, you're a woman, so we're gonna do it the other way. Are trans women women?
I believe so. I totally agree with that. Bring me back in after if you want
But
to.
Goose, before I leave real quick, can I just say I really appreciate you and I wish you would follow me back so that we can be friends on here. You take forever sometimes to let me in your life.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what? Like, I don't even, actually, I'm not even going to say it. I just think you're awesome and I like watching your lives and I like that you bring positivity. So I'm just going to say that. I don't want to bring any of that in there.
But I'm gonna all about. Thanks for having me, Goose.
All right, anytime, man.
I like it.
A lot of love. What else?
Damn, no opposition from Tasha.
All right, we're gonna drop her down if she has. I got 3 people in here. We got Rose. Hey, Rose. How can we
Hello.
address you? What are your pronouns?
She and her.
She and her. Very good. So, do you feel like trans men are men?
Yes.
Or trans women are women?
Yes. 100%. And I am so sorry for what's going on. And I fear for you guys. I really do. It's horrible.
you.
I've seen some of these others' lives and what people are saying, and it brings me to tears. No matter how much opposition I can put and facts I can give to these people, they're just so ignorant. They don't want to listen. They don't want to learn.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's very, very true. Thank you for being an ally. Thank you for coming up.
No problem at all. And if anybody has any questions for me, I can answer them.
Hello, Big. What's going on? How can I address you? What are your pronouns?
I'm a man.
Hello, man.
How
Do you
are
feel
you?
like
Oh, no.
are trans men men?
I was totally against it like a couple of weeks ago, but I think they're going a little bit too far. I think they're pushing all of it too far.
So now you're more against it?
No, I'm not more against it. I kind of feel bad that they're passing all these laws against you guys.
Oh.
His profile is gross.
Goose, what's on your profile, Big? Do you want to come clean first before Nerdy just kind of outs you?
I just told you I was against it, and now.
So if you're not against it any longer, why is it still on your page?
Oh, I just haven't had time to go up there and delete all that stuff.
All right. So after you log off, are you going to go and delete it?
He oils his
Yeah.
pews with liberal tears, and his
Well, I
third
mean, that's
video
not got
is a
nothing to-
close-up.
that's not got nothing to do with it.
Hell yeah, brother.
His third
Them liberal
video
tears.
is a
All right,
close-up of a woman's crotch saying
All right.
support Trump 2024.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with Trump?
All right.
What the hell?
No. Hey, do you guys want to continue with Big, or do you want to move on to Tyler?
Let's just move on because Big is just here to troll.
All right, Big. Thanks for coming up.
He also had a video of Dylan Mulvaney asking if anybody had
All right,
duct
is
tape
it working? Is
to.
it working this time?
I think so. What is that a picture of? What is that a
Yo,
picture of up there?
critically,
What are you doing in that
you miss
picture,
me,
by the
buddy?
way? Hey, hold
You
on,
miss me,
Tyler.
buddy?
Listen, man. What are you doing in that picture right now? All I see is like you standing behind a flag. What's going on in that picture?
Oh yeah, Trump 2024, baby. Let's go.
Are you here in good faith, or are you just here to be
No,
disingenuous?
I believe that trans men are not men, and trans women are not women. That's a
Why?
fact. You
Why?
can't tell me differently.
Why?
You know, everybody
Why?
because it's like they're just not men. Like, what do you mean?
Why?
Why?
What defines a man?
Male appendages, and
No. So
like,
no. So that.
and
So that.
yes,
That.
yep,
No.
yep.
That defines
No,
what.
no, it's not.
That defines your
What is it?
sex.
What is it? What is it? No, what is it? What's the definition of a woman or a man? Please tell me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I've gotten
Go
really
ahead.
good at this, actually. So
Adult
it is.
female, an adult female,
No.
an adult
You
male,
did.
an adult
You just
male,
asked
an
me a
adult male, an adult
question
female.
and then answered it
Y'all,
without even
No,
letting me.
yeah,
relax.
Tyler, can you
yeah.
behave and
Because I
engage in a
run this
conversation?
like, yo,
Tyler,
critically,
I
you're
will
a clown.
join.
Look,
You know what?
you
I
gotta
got
think.
other people waiting to come up. If you don't want to have a conversation,
Relax.
Oh,
I
okay,
will be more than happy to drop you down and speak
Oh
to
my
somebody who can be an
goodness.
adult. Are you able
All
to
right.
be an adult?
Oh, okay.
Can you talk like an
Yes, I
adult?
am. Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank
So,
you for the gift.
to be a man, to be a woman is one's internal sense of self. Okay? It is the way
No,
in
no.
which it is the way in which one interacts with the world and the world interacts with them.
You know, I'm kind of offended that you didn't ask me what my pronouns were when I got in here. That's crazy.
Are you
Aren't you supposed to be
driving?
inclusive?
Are you
Tyler, are you
driving?
driving?
No, I'm not. I'm not driving. No, I'm not.
He did.
literally
You
just
just your signal was super terrible, and
Your turn
Oh,
signal
yeah.
was just
So
on?
no, you're just hearing things. Sorry.
I am. I think you're lying
Yeah,
because
you
it
are.
sounds like
How
you're
old
in a
are you,
wind
Tyler?
tunnel.
Gaslighting
How old,
101.
29.
I know, right?
how old are you?
29. 29.
Okay. So
This
explain
is
to
how
me.
you act?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Right. 29.
Yeah.
At
I'm.
20.
What do you mean? Well, I mean,
You're acting like a
like just.
child,
I'm a
Tyler.
realist, guys.
You won't let anybody
I'm
finish
a
what they're
realist,
saying.
and
You're asking questions
yeah,
that you don't want
because
answers.
this you
And
live
this is the
you
thing,
live
Tyler.
in a
You
lie.
have
You
no
live in
It's
delusion.
giving the
intellectual
AV
ability.
It's
show.
delusion.
Why did you come
It's
up
This
here,
is giving the
delusion.
AV show.
Why did you come
The
up here?
AV show. This is Zachary.
Why did you come up here if you said you're not going to change your mind?
Well, are you trying to change my mind?
No, but I
are
feel
you
like you're
open
having.
to shifting your
I
perspective?
Yeah.
Yo, critically, you know me. You know who
Yeah,
I
I know
am.
that you're not a very good faith person. That's I do know you.
Oh, I'm not a good person. I'm not a
No.
good person.
I said you're not a good faith person. You might not be a good person too, but I know you're not a good faith person.
Oh,
You supporting Trump after what he did to that girl shows me enough that you're not a good
hey,
person.
he never even did anything. He never even met her, bro.
What are
This
you
is lies,
talking?
bro.
There
This is
was
all
Hold
a
on.
lies. You guys,
video. There was
Hey,
a
This is
Michaela,
gonna
I would
derail.
just
to lie.
Can
You
we
guys
can we
like to
stay on
lie.
topic? Can we stay
there
on
was
topic,
To
guys?
lie.
let's okay, I'll stay on
Trump will be
topic. But
president in
Tyler, I don't think you'll
2024,
Tyler,
and y'all
Tyler,
will
can we
be
stay on topic?
y'all will
Can we stay
be.
on topic?
Tyler.
If you don't just like start acting like an 18-year-old, then I'm going to drop you and I'll just talk to Zachary, your bro up the top. Can you
But
explain
yeah,
to
that's
me
my boy.
I know, you
He has the
you were
same
like
views as me.
fanboying when he came in.
Do you know what this reminds me
No,
of?
but
This
he has the same
reminds
views as me,
me
though.
of
Just so you
like
know.
when you work in like a restaurant or you work at like a Starbucks and all the teenage boys come in and they come in, they're like, who guys, let's order a frappuccino, who, and they get all really
Wow, good
excited and
one.
loud,
Good
All right,
one.
and they
Tyler,
Thank you
if anybody's
for
worked at a
the gift,
restaurant,
guys.
that's what it reminds me of. It's very funny.
Tyler,
Yeah, that's a
can
good
you
one.
stick
And they
to the
don't
topic,
return.
Yeah,
please?
what's up?
Also, 19 sass. I hope you are over the age of 18. Welcome also. Tyler,
Welcome.
can you explain to me why trans men are not men? And then I want to hear why sass up above, if you are a woman, why you feel like trans women aren't women. And then I want to hear.
Well, the women,
please.
no, men, they're just not. There's They're just not. Like that's literally like how it is. Sorry.
You need,
That's not an argument.
you need to have something other than they're just not. They're just not.
You live
That's
in
not an
it's a
argument,
mental it's a
Tyler.
mental illness. It's a mental illness.
That's
It is.
also
It's a
not an
mental illness.
argument. Neither of those
It is
things
an
are an
argument.
argument. Do you know what an argument
Yeah.
is?
Do you like trans men and trans women in sports? Let's
Do
talk
you
about that. Let's
know
talk
what
about
an
that.
argument is?
Would
Get this over with.
would you allow
Sports,
would you
bathrooms, bones.
that's disgusting.
Sports,
Yeah, because
bathrooms, and bones. That's all you want to talk about.
Tyler, why are you deviating from the original question? If you know what a man is and you know you're a man, you should be able to give a definition for what a man is and what ought be the definition for what a man is.
Adult male. An adult male. An adult male.
What
An adult
determines
male.
someone to be male?
Male? You got to have the male parts. Duh.
It's only male parts. There's nothing else.
Nope.
Okay, so what if somebody changes
Women-
their parts? So you
You're
can
still-
change
you were
your
still
biological
born. You were
sex?
still born.
You can change your biological sex then, Tyler?
I don't think Tyler's here. I don't think Tyler's here for anything.
I don't know. If he's not good faith, I said this earlier. You can try with him, but he's a troll.
He's
is a hell of a
literally
drug,
like
guys.
the group of teenage boys in the lunchroom who like throw food and garbage at each other
Yeah,
and laugh about
yeah.
it. That's exactly what he sounds like.
I feel like he was here just for the views. Thank you for the hearts.
He did not, like, the 7th grade mindset is insane.
Yeah.
Who do we have here? 19, Sass. Welcome to my live. How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
Sassoon.
Sassoon?
Yeah,
Sassoon?
Sassoon.
Their name.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is a
okay.
French name.
Yeah.
Trans women are trans women women?
No, I don't. Everybody
Why?
know trans women are not men. Trans men are not men because you born girl or boy. You cannot born be girl or be boy. No, you just born girl who became a
Female.
woman.
Female.
Yeah, boy, a boy. Yeah, a boy or female, male, female, same thing.
Hmm. And then they
When you grow up, a boy become a man. When a girl grow up too, she became a woman. Then that's it.
So
But
Sassoon, do you
Jesus Christ.
Sassoon, do you know that when you look at me, what do you see? A man or a woman?
When I'm looking at you,
Yes.
now on the world where we live in, naturally I can say that I'm seeing a man.
Yeah, but I'm biologically female.
Apparently, I'm seeing a man. Apparently,
I'm female though by birth. You know that, right?
exactly. But you try to be you try to be man. You're female genetically.
Yeah. How did
Because
it work
it's
out
your
though?
mind. The
did-
reason why you do that. Excuse me. You told me something because I don't.
No,
like
you
talking
said
to
I
you
was
for-
trying. How did it turn out? Did I do good?
Yeah, because you feel like your mind feel like a man. That doesn't mean you're a man. Genetically, you were if you were born like as a girl, you are a woman. You're a woman who apparently has a man. You confuse yourself.
Okay, to see.
You just confuse yourself at the end of the day.
Sassoon.
Because, for example, if I feel
Okay,
like a
to
mango,
see.
I am a mango for that. If I feel like a juice, I'm a juice for that. I'm
Okay,
just a
to
person
see.
at the end of the day. This is a thing of from your mind. This is just in your
No.
mind, psychologically.
Can I ask you?
Physically, you
Sure,
cannot
so-
change
but here's-
everything and
Here's the problem is when it comes to society, all we are is our minds interacting. So by saying it's just in our mind, you're not really getting at what creates like social bonds and groups of people and identities, because we're not just our literal physical features. When you reduce us to our physical features, you make it so that everything that makes us human is lost. everything that creates connections and meaning by groups is lost. So that's why we do care about the mind, what the brain produces. So sure, you can say someone might have male sex characteristics or female sex characteristics, but when we're talking about the way we group as a society and the way we actualize our identities in a society, we care about the brain. We care about the neuro traits. It's called neurosocial. Gender is something that is neurosocial. Our brains interacting with the world around us in society.
Yeah, everything at the end of the day, you has to think it first. But about identity, when I saw somebody, I don't know how it feel someone when you are a boy, you just don't know. I feel like I'm a girl. For me, it's like confusion from your neuron, you know.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know how it feel because I never felt like
Mauvais
that. I
soir.
can't like,
Mauvais soir.
no, but you know what? Also, the thing
but
that you said, you said you always knew. Like I always knew as well, right? I always knew. I never questioned who I was. I never questioned,
and
right? That
who you still are at the end of the day. Because
what? No.
who you still are.
Yes, who I still am, right? So
Yeah.
I was born in the shell, the shell that carries us throughout life, right? It's just a shell that carries us, right? Everything else, right? I never thought to myself, I feel like I'm a boy. I just always knew that I was, I always knew that I was a boy, even though my body didn't reflect that of, let's say, my father, my brothers, or a traditional like biological male, right? But yet I knew that I was always a boy.
Yeah, this is thinking. When you try to thinking something and then you meant to believe it, you can meant to believe it. But
No.
if it's not, if it's zero, it's just zero. If it's a one, it's a one. At the end of the day, everybody, you're not the first person choose to believe in a lie. You're not
It's
the
not a
first
lie
one,
though.
and you're not gonna be the last one either.
Can we lower the volume just a
Yeah.
little bit? Like it's hurt. I am having a headache right now. Like you're like screeching right now a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're
Sorry, because I'm using a speaker.
And if anybody, right, and any of my mods, we're not going to be ableist in the comment section, that's all.
Yeah, let me make that very clear that if you are mocking accents,
And
if you are mocking dialects, you will be immediately blocked and
yes,
muted. Do not do that.
right.
Okay.
That's all.
You mean that?
So soon, where do you see the lie? It seems like you're saying that there's some lie or some fakery going on with trans people. Like when they are self-assessing, when they're looking within themselves and seeing where they fit in the world around them, where do you see the lie?
Genetically, if you were born like it's like, for example, I got an apple,
Hey, Buzzy.
and then the apple just say, I don't want to be an apple. I want to be mango. I would like to look like has a mango. This is the thing that I'm so. At the end of the day, the apple is an apple originally. Because I saw a trans man or trans woman has a fake man and has a fake woman.
If I may,
At the end of the day, fake will be fake, original will be original. I don't like to do like, for example, if I see you can see someone look like a man, and then at the end of the day, when you try to notice someone, and then it is a woman. Wow,
so
this is a
if I
copy of
may,
man. This is a copy of man. What?
so if I may, fruits are not people. Fruits do not have autonomy. Also, fruits do not go through growth and development. And what growth and development tells us is that gender happens in the brain. Actually, it happens in the hypothalamus, and it is solidified by the age of 7. It is fully adult. Specifically in the hypothalamus is the portion of the brain dedicated to gender. Why, when children are experiencing what we call gender incongruence, it usually happens somewhere between the ages of 4 and 7, because that's when the body is processing this. Right, because at 3 years old, children identify gender concepts. And by the age that they are 7, they have solidified in their brain what gender is. And they've done so by watching the world around them, because we know that children are little sponges. And that is the standard of early childhood growth and development from around the world. Now, it is interesting because, well, people are going to feel the way that they feel. However, science is here for a reason, and science is here peer-reviewed and backed with facts. Constantly being reviewed, especially because childhood growth and development has a global standard. Now, when a child is experiencing what we call gender incongruence, we don't say that this child is trans-identifying. What we say is that this child is experiencing some sort of inconsistency in their gender. And this could happen a couple of ways. Sometimes in my developmental rooms, what'll happen is I'll just have a child that is constantly looking in the mirror and poking at themselves and looking at other students around them. Now, when gender incongruence is severe, I've had children try to self-harm themselves in my growth and development rooms by sawing off or hitting certain portions of their body. And then they'll ask you very specific questions because, well, that's what children do. Now, you can have the opinion that something is real or fake, and you can use fruit as the example. However, fruit do not have autonomy. Fruit do not experience growth and development. Fruits quite literally are an inanimate object. They are not people. So it's a fallacy to use fruits as an example, especially when we know science exists. And just because these children experience gender incongruence because of their brain's development, that does not mean there's anything wrong with these children. That means that there is a system of care called gender affirming care in place so that these children are able to thrive safely. Hopefully we mitigate the harm. Hopefully we mitigate the substance abuse, all that down the line. And this child gets to a space where they are experiencing gender euphoria, where they are fully at peace with themselves.
I understand what you say, Buzzy. I
Denying a
understand what you
child,
try to
denying a
explain.
child gender affirming care results in their death. It results in them harming themselves. You are damning them to the grave, essentially, when you deny them access to the care that they need.
No, this is
And it is a
scary.
harmful ideology
They are
to feel that
conspiracies.
way. And with that, hi everyone. Hi Dutch. Hi Nerdy. Hi
Hi, Buzzy.
Michelle. Hi Goosey. Hi Critically, my love. Where have you been?
Surviving, more or less.
You're surviving. Are you okay?
Yeah, doing all right.
I'll
How
text
about
you
you?
later.
Okay. Now I feel horrible because like everybody knows you except for me. Like, and I pride myself on being pretty savvy on these TikTok streets. So now I'm fucking embarrassed.
You should be. And ashamed.
Oh, with me? With
No, duh.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that I don't
I don't know
know
if you
on
do
the
a lot of
show.
live debates, but yeah, I used to hop around, especially last year, to a Friday live
Just
debates.
chaos. I
But
show chaos.
fair enough.
do my
That's
thing?
soon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know everybody know then male or the masculine identity were assigned like as sex. A sex harvest was assigned by our creator. If I am like a genius, I'm create something. If I'm create a laptop, the laptop can I tell me then no, I want to be a tablet. Like
Okay,
this
so
is a
gender
Sassoon, this is
assigned
going.
at birth.
oh
So gender
let me
assigned at
finish.
birth is
I
assigned
know
by the
you were like multiple like
But here, Sassoon, real quick.
you're not on the
Hold
same
on.
line, but let me finish.
Okay.
Sorry, I was listening, but let me finish, please. So, God created us man or woman, we were born boy or girl.
So everything I
This
just
is an
said went out one ear.
offense
It
from
did,
God.
Buzzy.
This is an offense from
And
God. Like when God create you as a man, and then you try to figure it out. You say, no, my body react like my body just told me. I believe that my body is not a man. I believe that my
What
body
about
is a
intersex
woman.
people?
But
But
you
wait,
critically, my
try
love, do
to
you think it's worth
change
it to have a
everything from
discussion?
your
I
body
just want to say
using
something really quickly.
technologies, and then to transform your
Okay,
Hold on, Sassoon, hold
but
up.
you
one
cannot
second.
transform your
So you're
genetics
saying
Sassoon, hold on.
100% for the
Sassoon
reason
Femme
why I
Babouche.
was telling. No, let me finish because you don't want me
you're
to
saying
yell
the
because
same
why
thing
I'm
over and
speaking,
over
keep
again, hun.
speaking.
You're saying it over and over again. We understand. So I just
Yeah,
want to. I
but
just want to.
listening. But if
We
I'm
are
listening to
listening.
you, you have to listening to because when Buzzy was talking, she was trying to explain over and over different words. I was listening, guys, right?
Were you listening?
And I'm sorry if I'm not like on the same level of you, but
But
No, I'm
here's
just
the
saying.
problem,
I'm
Sassoon.
saying
You're
the
not
same.
communicating.
True.
You're not communicating within a shared space. When you bring up something like God, you need to realize that not everyone here believes in a God. So you're using evidence or ideas or arguments that don't really resonate with us. When you say that God programmed
I
to be,
didn't
hold on,
know.
real quick. When you say God programmed people to be a certain way, that's just not going to resonate with me. I don't believe in a God. So
You
all
not
I
believe in
believe
a
in.
God, and
I
then
don't
you
believe in
are
a God
created by
either. So,
okay, this is
Neither
good.
do I.
This is great to know. You not believe in God. Okay. Why you not believe in God?
because we have no proof of it. But regardless of
Right.
all of that,
We're not doing
I just
that.
want to
I
go
am
back to
God.
this conversation. I just want to go back to this conversation. So you're saying you are who you are, and it doesn't matter what the person feels. You are who you are. Is that basically what you're saying?
I just said you are who you are naturally, even though you try to be.
I got it.
Let me
So
finish. You just let me finish. Let me finish. Take it
Oh, it
all.
was
Not
a
a
yes
part.
or no
Not don't
question.
take a part. Don't
It
take a
was a
part. See, if
yes
you
or
want to take
no
it, you have to
question.
take all of it. Not
It
a
was
part
a
of it.
yes or no
Not a part of
question.
it. No, don't take a part of. You have to take all of it. All of it or nothing. I'm
Is it
just
worth having the
explaining. I'm just
conversation about how
explaining.
gender assigned at birth is
I
assigned by
just
the
tell you,
eye
you
and
I
are
not
don't
who
see the
assigned by
conversation
fact?
going
Is that a
anywhere.
Yeah.
conversation we should have?
Ah,
I don't know
The
if it's worth it.
the
I don't
religious
know if it was
presuppositions
worth
made that
it to.
impossible.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
just
know if it was worth it to continue that conversation.
no.
I mean,
Listen,
even
listen.
as someone like myself who believes in God, I know that I have no heaven or hell to put people in, and I'm not judging you. Why? Because judge lest you be judged. And also, I don't live in a glass house, but if you do, start throwing rocks and see how that works out for you. If you think that being a good Christian means condemning people to a grave because you refuse to understand science, that you want to live in ignorance, causing direct harm to people, that is on you and your soul. And if you truly believe in God, I hope that when you go to the gates of heaven, you are prepared to answer for the things that you have done instead of worrying about how other people live their lives. I'm so glad we could have this talk.
I'm so glad that you're here.
Not for
I
real.
have a little bit of time left, guys. I get a couple more people up here. Shadow, welcome to my live. How can we address you? What are your pronouns?
Hey, thank you. I am a man. Simply
All right.
put, you can call me Shadow.
Okay. Are trans men men to you?
No, they are not. Not to me.
Why? Can you explain why?
You have to, for you to become a man, like how you are now, with that beautiful beard of yours, you have to go through either take medication or you have to do surgery to appear as one to us. That is to appear as one to us. In your mind, you're already a man. That's in your mind. But
No, because androgyny exists, and there are
in
people who do not identify in the binaries
Goose, are you
that
gonna
look
let me speak,
masculine or that
or is
look
this lady
feminine.
going to always
You
talk when
can
I'm done?
actually speak to Buzzy, or is it that you don't like women and femme presenting people speaking to you?
No, because this is Goose's live, and I
This is
like
my
Yeah, and
live.
guess where we
Right.
are?
Thank you. This is my live, but I also have a panel of people here to support. You know,
Who's us?
you know,
But here's the
if
thing,
hold
Goose.
on,
It's
if this
either
was, I could just like boot everybody out and just have a one-on-one, and then it would just be me and you talking, right? But I have a panel of people here as like support for myself, emotional support people as well as, you know, these people hold knowledge that I don't hold, right? And so that is why I have them here.
I'm an emotional support
Oof, his
puppy.
profile is a big oops.
So if you're here in my live, I want you to also understand that there are going to be other people speaking to you. And if you're not
yeah, but
okay
they're
with
not.
that, then you
They
can
can.
leave.
Here's the thing, Goose. They can talk to me, but do not talk until I'm finished. You
Hey,
asked me a
Shadow.
question, and I'm
Hey,
trying to
Shadow.
answer your
Hey,
question.
Shadow.
That's what I
Hey,
want to do. If
Shadow.
I'm
No.
not able to answer your
No.
question, it really
No.
makes no sense.
No, because your
Right?
profile is disgusting. Your profile is disgusting.
When
I don't want
I'm
you up here.
finished, when I'm finished
Your profile is
answering your
disgusting and you're
question,
clearly a misogynist. I don't want you up here.
when I'm finished answering your question, then they
No.
can
Well,
interject
you
with
know, Shadow, since
anything.
you feel that way, critically.
They can interject with anything that they
You know,
want.
I'm kind of
Your
sad.
question to
There
me
was a
is,
candy you were
if
supposed
I
to send
believe,
me and I haven't got it.
Shadow,
I would like
You didn't
that
send
candy.
her
that
candy?
You
That
didn't
is
send me the
so
candy.
mean.
And I
What
want
candy was
that
it?
candy.
Oh no.
I like candy. I want to be in on this. What candy?
I don't wait. I'm trying to remember. Hold on.
He gone.
Yeah, it's because you abandoned me months ago, and now you just popped up out of the shadows, like the Shadow Man with the horrendous profile.
Hopefully not quite like them.
So are you going to abandon me again?
You'll have to remind me of the candy.
Guys, 1 second. Goose is trying to speak.
Oh, sorry, Goosey.
No. I like that you call me Goosey. I'm going to bring up my next guest, okay? And I feel honored that she will join us here today on my live. Hi, Kay.
Wow, it is a time. Hi, how are you?
This is long overdue, Kay.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
I know. We've talked a little bit here and there.
Guys, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think me and you actually agree more than people would assume.
No, guys, Reggie,
I don't
stop.
care.
You know, to be fair, right? Kay and I disagree on a couple things. We do, right? But I sit in your live. And I listen. And I'm surprised sometimes on the things that we agree on. And I'm
me too,
surprised,
actually.
you know, because you don't strike me as the average person that you see on the conservative side. Now I know that people are probably
Oh, yeah. I mean, the
fact
conservatives.
that people don't like that you're up here.
She said being gay is disgusting.
Yeah, I have her blocked.
I've never said that.
Past Michaela doesn't like
That's
you
fine.
for some reason. I don't know. I don't
Okay,
remember you, but
I
Past me blocked you for a reason.
Okay, I mean, I can explain my stance. I don't even discuss being gay. I don't care. Being gay is, I could not care less if you're gay or not. I've never said that ever. I know that a lot on like the left like hates me and they'll make shit up about me. I don't care. I don't know you. I've literally never said this, which is fine.
Let's just try to have a conversation. Let's just try.
Yeah, I told critically, I was like,
You cut out. You're off the screen.
Who?
TikTok God's game.
Who left?
Can you?
No, Kay just left the app.
Wait, what? How do you know she left the app? I could see her.
Oh, when her screen blurs, that means she's out of the app.
Yeah.
Harry Styles?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I don't know. I'm in a
Yes.
bad service area, but yeah, I'm working right now. So critically told me to join, and I was like, I can hop up for like a couple of minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, I was gonna say, I think me and Goose actually agree more than a lot of people would probably assume, which is fine. I see man and woman as more of a blanket term. You're either like trans or biological. I don't really care if you call me cis. I know that that's like a hot take, and to be honest with you, most of the conservatives don't like me for these beliefs and ideologies that I have. That type of stuff doesn't bother me. I could not care less. I don't think cis is a slur. I don't think trans people don't exist. I would never sit here and call Goose a woman because that's fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just don't agree with a lot of conservatives on that. And I think a lot of people just have misconceptions on like my belief.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Breaking up. Breaking up. Can't hear you.
It's breaking up.
Wait,
Okay, is that better?
people are like, "What are you doing here, Kay? What are you doing here?" One of the
Yeah.
things that, right, and I know that one of your debate topics is gender affirming care for kids, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't ever address the like adult stuff because I don't care.
Yeah, you only care about harming our children, you know.
Thank you, Kay. That's why I blocked you, probably because of that.
And,
Hey, Mel.
Sorry, Dutch, I dropped you from Mel.
Hey.
But your latest green screen is no surgery for kids. And I agree with
Yeah.
everybody.
No
here on this.
surgeries for kids at all?
No. Gender affirming surgery. Like,
Okay.
right? Like, and I'm saying, like, first of all, no one's performing surgery on kids, like gender affirming surgery. And if they are, then I am against that. I am. What's up, honey?
If I may, I want to ask for clarification on what surgery you're talking about, because the only surgery that
Yeah, I
can
know.
be
And it's not common. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. The only surgery that I am aware of that can be considered a gender affirming surgery as it's dedicated by insurance is if a child with precocious puberty is experiencing something called gynecomastia and they have a top surgery to correct the shape of their chest. And that is for both boys and girls in which this occurs. That does not mean that they are fully flattening the chest. They are quite literally just getting rid of the excess tissue because it can cause complications. As far as I'm aware, it is considered a corrective surgery, but I don't know of any other surgery that's happening in the United States of America for children under gender affirming care. So could you specify what surgeries you are seeing?
Yeah, sure. And I know that this is not something that is super common. I'm against it like happening one time. And I will say it's more like medical malpractice in my perspective. When certain like teenagers are getting like double mastectomies, things like that, I would be really against that. Just as a child, I'm also like against circumcision. I'm like not for any like mutilation. I also think if like you're intersex, that your family shouldn't be choosing your sex or gender for you. I think that's freaking weird. But like I'm just not for like the mutilation of any children. So that's why I'm against surgery. And I know there's like only a few cases of it, but I think it is worth speaking out on. But yeah, I know that this is not some common practice and we're not like surgically transitioning a bunch of children. I'm not like unrealistic in that aspect.
So like if a child is receiving top surgery, as you refer to as a double mastectomy, typically it's not labeled under that. It's again because they have gynecomastia, and it's quite literally the reshaping of tissue. Now the thing about this is because it is a corrective surgery, children can choose how they want their chest to look. But it's considered a gender affirming surgery because it is a surgery in response to gynecomastia, and it is for both boys and girls, and it's not specifically for trans identifying youth.
Can
It's because they have
can
precocious puberty. Oh, sorry.
but do females get gynecomastia? I only heard of
Yes.
it in boys. Okay, see,
Some
I
females
didn't know that.
can. Some females can, but that is because we have 46XY and 45XX, I think it is. And what that means is that their chromosomes their chromosomes makes them chromosomal male, and so they have some issues due to that, complications, if you will.
I now remember
Okay,
who
why
Kay
don't
is. I remember who Kay is now. I couldn't tell because the filter and the aggressive tan, but you said very racist things. That's why I blocked you.
Okay. I mean, you guys can make things up, and that's fine. I'm up here and like totally.
That part.
I don't know anything about that.
You
Critical,
never
what
had
were
a
you saying?
live saying that.
I was just saying, to me, it feels.
Lies.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. Again,
You
I'm up
never
here in
said
good
that?
faith. I never said what?
You never said you can be racist to white people?
Yeah, I think all races can be racist, but I don't
Exactly.
think
Yeah, I remember who you are, and then you went a whole thing about the Atlantic slave trade and all this other stuff. That's why I blocked you.
Well,
And it's
let's
funny
try
you're saying that, trying to cosplay as a black woman, aggressively tanning, but okay.
Okay, I mean, I
have this naturally. I don't got a tan at all, okay?
I mean, this is like, again, why I typically don't come on these platforms, because Goose watches my lives. I act in good faith. I am not up here for some like weird argument. I don't think it's victim to say that. I came up here in good faith. I've been extremely respectful.
No, you did not. Lies.
Can we just like
All right,
keep it on the
Goose.
topic,
Well, have a
guys?
good day. If you want to talk
Sorry,
privately, I
Goose.
know I've been wanting
I'm
to like
sorry,
debate
Goose.
you.
It's just I just didn't
That's
want
fine.
to interact with the racist.
Hey, we can stay on the topic.
I'm not
I didn't mean to change
racist,
your
and if you guys do want to be up here slandering me, that's
Can
totally fine.
Can we
but
stay on the
I'm
topic
not-
because I feel like there
Wait,
is 1.2 thousand people in here.
again, I came up here. I came up here.
Hey, Kay, you're breaking up.
I actually agree on a lot more.
Can we try to stay on topic?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm only asking because there's
Yeah, I don't know.
1.2 thousand people in here, and if we can clear up this whole
That's
surgery
fine.
on children
Again,
thing, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I came up here in good faith. I'm not going to be slandered up here or disrespected. I've been extremely respectful this whole time.
I'm not
but I'm not going to
slandering
be. I'm not. Wait, no, not you. I'm just not going to be called a racist or these things that I'm simply just not. I think that's super weird. I debated
You
Michaela
are,
on
but
abortion.
hey, this is not my platform, so I'm not going to try to check you
Okay,
on Goose's
anyways,
platform. So stay
yeah,
on the
so again, I debated Michaela on abortion one time, and that was it. So again, you guys
All right.
can slander people all you want, but I would
That's
just
not
say this is
true.
probably
Kay.
why
Well, Kay.
why you don't get a lot of opposition. So I'm gonna head out, but Goose, I
No, no, no,
tried.
no.
I came onto your platform.
I understand,
But it's all
and
good.
I welcome you, and I would like to
Oh,
talk to you
and
about this.
Can I
You
just
know,
very quickly point something out because it's important? One of Kay's friends,
Sorry.
Kay's friends, who is well known, just came in here and gifted Michaela a raccoon.
Oh.
I'm sorry for trying to change. I didn't mean to change your topic, Goose. I want to respect
you're
your
fine.
platform.
No,
Yeah.
no, I know.
You can give someone a raccoon?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's one coin.
Know,
What the fuck? Sorry.
Yeah. So I saw that. I saw her come in, and I saw her
Wait.
gift.
and
I know who she is
Wait,
because I have her
nerdy. Just, I'm sorry, Goose. I really didn't mean to disrespect your platform or anything.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I go over to various different sides of TikTok, right? Sometimes I go there under names that people don't know me, because I want to just be anonymous and go in there and just kind of observe, right? And sometimes, if there's a topic up in somebody's space that is too triggering for me, then I'll leave. I'll leave. I understand that, there are people on this app that are problematic. There are a lot of fucking people over on conservative TikTok that are problematic. I don't have to say anybody's names. I'm sure that you guys you just know them, right? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, and you guys could hate me for this, but I kind of felt like the couple times that I've been in her live, her comment section was pretty abusive towards me, just for fucking being there, just for being in the comment section, um, and I've personally never been disrespected by Kay, right? I've, and which is not discrediting what anybody else has experienced. Michaela, anybody else in here, if you were disrespected by her, that's shitty. I agree. It's shitty, right? But this is like the hard part that I feel like this is the hard part when it comes to like trying to bridge like across and trying to get over to the other side sometimes and talking with people who don't like us, and perhaps Michaela, I do believe you. I believe that she was racist, right? And the person that sent you a raccoon, like that is extremely racist. She's harmful to trans kids. I personally, I believe everything that everybody is saying. I just want everybody to know that, Listen, we've seen people on this app be extremely problematic, right? And we have seen on occasion people like we get breakthroughs at times, and maybe it's just me. Maybe I just, I have too much of a big heart, too much grace to give to people, because, in the end, I really do feel like people have good intentions, right? And 9 times out of 10, people are hateful towards marginalized communities because they are lacking in education, or they get caught up in that hamster wheel of other people with the same mindset, And I don't know. Like for a long time, people would like give me so much crap for platforming certain people. I would platform people and my phone would be going off saying, don't platform this person, get them off. You're going to lose viewers. People are going to start not liking you, But how do we talk to people then, right? Do I just sit here and talk to people like these wonderful people on my panel and the people in my comment section, people that all support me, right? Do I just sit here and talk to the extreme uneducated fucking bigots that are never going to change? Because what like that serves nothing, right? I'm not going to sit here and talk to people like freaking Snacks and all them, right? No, they're not going to listen to me. They're not going to want to listen to me. So why am I going to waste my energy, right? They've already proven the fact that they're not going to listen to people, right? But there are some people that like I feel like I can talk to, right? And and I'm sorry if like certain people that I bring up here on my panel are triggering for some people. And if you are triggered, you need to protect your peace, right? And you can leave my live, no hard feelings, and then you can return, right? Everybody knows my stance on things. I support transgender youth. I do. I support transgender youth. 100%. Right? And I will go up against anybody who doesn't. Everybody knows that, right? This is why I hold these lives. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just like on a soapbox here.
No, you're not, Goose. I understand what you're saying. And I'm not opposed with you having like people up here. I don't think it reflects on you in any way, having people up here and trying to change their mind. It's just, I know when somebody, like, it is personally for me, and it's how I run my platform. And I just want to respect your platform and how you want to run it. But for my platform, I know when somebody genuinely hates us. And like it to convince someone not to hate something is like trying to convince someone not to love something, right? It's almost impossible to do.
But
right?
why do you think people hate? Why do you think they hate though? Like what causes somebody to hate? another person.
I think they just really hate themselves to an extent. I think they just don't understand, and that's just how they are. When they don't understand something, they want to destroy it. I mean, I was on a live, and I don't really get emotional on these lives, but it literally made me cry because they were going on a whole rant how they wanted to unalive all of us. And like, there was no changing that person's mind. If you don't even respect me as a human being that's breathing on this earth, how are you going to respect my words to even listen, right? And so, like, I'm not saying, like, the last guest that was up here, she hates us all. I'm not saying that. But like she has done very problematic things. She's said very hateful things. And I was just trying to remember why I blocked her. Cause I was like, I don't remember blocking this person because I couldn't recognize her because of her profile picture. It's just, she said a very hateful things. She's friends with people that said that, Black people deserve to be enslaved and all of the other things. So that's why it bothered me. But I know this is your platform, and I want to respect that. And I'm very sorry if I disrespected you.
You don't need to
I don't know.
apologize. You know,
I
your
can't
feelings are
speak
valid.
to what Kayla's intent was because I know nothing about her other than what I saw on her profile, which is anti-Black, anti-queer spaces, anti-trans, like all kinds of things. I can't speak to her intentions. I can only speak to her behaviors. And I think, like, for me personally, as a Black woman, I can't answer the question why people hate. I don't have the privilege to be able to answer that question because unfortunately I was born hated because of the color of my skin. I've had this target on my back since the day I came into this world, and it will exist until the day that I close my eyes. So I can't answer that question why people hate. I will never have the answer to that question because of the life that I live. However, her profile was questionable. I can't say anything about her intent when she was speaking, but I do know that she's educated enough to know that the things she's saying don't hold any weight because, as she stated out of her own mouth, she understands that trans-identifying youth are not having surgery at some mass rate. So this tells me that she knows better, which makes her behavior doubly more questionable. I can't tell people what to do with their platform. I can only engage with the information that I was given, which was what was coming out of her mouth. And I did want to have a conversation with her about the surgeries that she was seeing that trans-identifying youth were having, because I felt like with 1.2 thousand people in here, maybe we can finally get to the bottom of people saying that children are being mutilated. However, it is difficult to do that when you have someone that presents such content as she does. And this is from never having an encounter with her until today.
From my perspective, I think you can approach it with two outcomes in mind. Goose, to me, does seem to have a very benevolent approach, a very hopeful approach. I don't necessarily share that approach or perspective. I mean, I guess it's possible that when debating someone and talking with them, you can bring them to reason. But I think it being a platform, there's also an audience. So it's kind of a sacrifice where when you bring someone on, you do recognize that maybe they will gain a bit of attention, maybe they'll gain some notoriety from it. But if you have the appropriate structure in place, you can use them and their ideas as a way of educating an audience on this information. And that empowers people to become civically engaged. That when other people in the audience go out and they have these questions presented to them, that they know how to answer these questions. And I think that's very important because for me, as someone who's impacted by it, when I look back at 2016, the Gamergate era, the anti-woke era, there was educated individuals who had binders full of information going to college campuses and asking uneducated students, what is a woman, all these different things. And the students had no clue. It blew up online, and now people have a perception that people who are pro-LGBTQ are uneducated or emotional or just, they're just in their feels and they don't have a strong basis to it. So to me, it seems like Goose is hosting the ability for not just to convince other people, but to educate the audience, to empower them around these issues. So I think that's also an important thing to care about. So I don't know. That's my perspective. I understand there's eventually a line where someone gets so disgusting where you're like, no matter how useful you are for education, I just don't want you on the platform. But I don't know if I know what that line is. And obviously we need to take multiple perspectives into account there.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. Like, how do you make change, right? I mean, maybe
Well,
some people,
to
they're
the
just like
people that actually want to
unchangeable.
learn, you know, like
Right.
I had a discussion with the guy, and we went back and forth. At first he believed trans men were trans men, not just men. And we had a discussion, and I explained things, and I gave him data, and he was like, "Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, they're men." And we moved on, and it was a productive conversation. And yeah, it didn't get a lot of views. Only 7 people were watching because people aren't really interested when somebody actually wants to learn. But like, that's how you make actual change, with the people that are willing to learn. But you have to understand, there's some people that are a lost cause, and they just hate, and there's nothing you can say. There's no data you can show them. There's no words you can say from your mouth for them to change their mind. Nothing. It doesn't matter how smart you are, no matter how educated you are. They're just not going to get it.
I get that.
Sometimes I feel like
I tend to do the same thing as Goose, though. Someone has to burn me 5 or 6 times before I learn my lesson, unfortunately, and I'll give somebody a chance over and over and over again. And I have interacted with Kay, and she is a trigger for me because her main talking point is against gender affirming care for kids, and that is my sore spot. And so, you know, when I tried to talk to her before about it, you know, I'm surprised that she even said today that she understands that, you know, there's not kids having bottom surgery, because she did go in hard with me about, you know, blockers being dangerous, and went into like the brittle bones and all this. And I'm telling her, you know, all your information isn't correct. And she has such a strong stance on it. I do think that sometimes these conversations need to be had, because I do believe that there are some people, it takes hearing the right thing, the right statistic, the right story,
and the right person,
and it might shift their view a lot.
You know,
yeah, the right person. And sometimes I'll try to throw myself down like as a martyr, and I probably shouldn't do that like with my kid, but I'll do it a lot of times where I talk to people on a personal basis. Like I almost feel like I need someone like that to come hang out with me for the day, with me and my kid, to get a full understanding. And like, no, that's not ethically like right and gonna happen. But I feel like that's the only thing it takes, is like to get through to some people, is they have to see it right in their face and have a human interaction with a person and connect with a person to understand and to have some freaking empathy for the situation. Otherwise, they don't give a shit because it's so far out beyond their reach. All they look at is numbers. They're not looking at the actual people. And that's why in particular, I did want to hear what you had to say. Yeah, Mel.
Yeah, and you know, obviously that was the thing too, right? Because I don't go into her space because she usually has a lot of people backing her up and they don't actually want to listen. And I was really hoping in here that I could have been able to speak to her, because I've never really done it. I've only seen how she's treated you. That's why I was obsessed. I wanted to say something there. Because
I mean, when you can pull them out of their space, like, you know, when you can pull them out of there and get them in here where it's one at a time, I feel like it's different.
Yes, which is why, to be honest, like, I'm not brave enough to go up on her platform.
No, me neither. Sherry is. She's crazy.
I went in when I was driving, and I was just like blabbermouthing and stuff. And she's like, I want statistics. I'm like, I'm driving. I'm not prepared.
Like,
and then she's like, come back when you have them. And you're like, damn it.
and then she came in here and like I don't know, like I wanted to talk to her, right? I did. I wanted to talk to her. And the fact, Sherry, that you even said like you were surprised that she even said that, whatever you just said.
Yeah, about kids not having bottom surgery.
Right. The fact that you were surprised that she even said that, like, to me, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, did we just push the needle a little bit?
Yes.
Right?
That's what I keep thinking. Like, you understand little kids are not having bottom surgery. Could you understand, though, can you stretch your mind a little bit to think that maybe a 16 or 17-year-old trans guy who has a job, who drives a car, who is, you know, in their senior year in high school, maybe they know that having breast is extremely traumatic and that they're never going to want them, and that it might be okay in certain situations. It's not happening all the time, but maybe for a handful of kids,
that's how I feel, Sherry. That's how I feel. You know, I know she's a mother. She has children. You know, like part of.
Right. And if
Sometimes,
anything,
and you know what? Sometimes I feel like, my personality and the way that I am and the way that I like see people and try and give people the benefit of the doubt. And I like to think that most people have my best interests in mind and have good intentions, kind of puts a target on my back on this platform.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Goose, I used to think that, and it's just not the truth. Like there's nothing we can say. They hate us. I'm not saying that specifically that woman hates us, but there are people on here, no matter what you say, no matter who it comes from, they just loathe us, right? I go on other people's platform, even platforms worse than hers. I went on to like these conservatives because they think they're more logical than us, and it pisses me off. You're not more logical than us. So I will give them data, I will give them the science, and I will give them actual reasoning, and they'll just be like, I don't care. This is wrong.
Right.
They're this, they're that. They don't care. Like they will literally say that to you, that they do not care, even if the psychologists say so, even though they know getting rid of gender affirming care is going to hurt trans kids. They don't care. They don't. And like, it's good to have hope, but not within everyone. Not everybody has we shouldn't give everyone the benefit of the doubt.
No, I get that. There's a lot
Michaela,
of people you're never gonna do anything with them.
do you think there's a value to? Do you think there's a value to soft mockery and kind of dismantling a viewpoint? Because I agree with you, but I think there's also still utility to having those conversations. If you're able to create a space where you can identify in front of an audience, here are all the gaps in this person's knowledge, this is their belief system, this is how to attack their belief system, so that when the audience goes out and they engage in real life, they also will be able to like have that type of rhetoric and take that approach. And for people that are on the fence that are like, I don't really know, mocking is, and that seems like a strong term, but mocking is incredibly effective at creating a sense of embarrassment with association. And that embarrassment of association will open people up to new perspectives. At least that's from my experience. People on the fence will often be like, yeah.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying critically. And yeah, to an extent, but if that person's perpetuating such harmful rhetoric, like we should be unalived or we want to hurt kids and all of that, like I think it's causing more harm than the education that I can get from them. You know what I mean?
You would have to have a baseline of, you would have to be aware that that person has a baseline of understanding. Like with Kay, we know that she has a baseline of understanding where she is aware that children are not having insurmountable amount of gender affirming surgeries, that these things are not happening in the extreme. And really what that would tell you is that the beliefs are likely not rooted in any sort of fact or in any sort of science or in any sort of proof, but rooted in feelings and morality. Oh, I'm sorry, Mel.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna like say the same thing. That was kind of my thing too. At least and I know it's probably not likely, but I at least wanted to try to maybe get her to stop hosting this topic all the time, since she has no fucking idea about it. But it's you go into her space and she has all her friends and she's not opening to listening. And today it seemed like she may have been. She may not have been. She may be full of shit.
She put herself in harm's way coming into my live, you know?
That's my point too, Mel. With those people, I just want them to switch their topic. And I mean this with my whole fucking heart. Desperately. Anybody who's just using this topic as a topic, you know what I mean? Just to fucking get views and talk to people and just to be like an asshole. Like, please stop. This really affects kids. And this affects people who are on the fence and don't know the truth. And then they hear shit like that. And then they get all in a tizzy. And like, that's not what's going on. You're affecting real people. That is my fucking plea to everybody. Yeah. If you're not supporting, please don't talk about it. Find something else to talk about. Anything.
I think
don't
that
care.
I think at this point, my only plea to people having these conversations would be to understand that anyone, and I mean anyone, can see your live streams unless you're holding it in a private space. With that being said, the suicidality rates for people that identify as trans are off the charts. And there's also the people that are successful in their suicidal attempts. That also is another statistic that is high. And so with that being said, I would hope that you guys are not intentionally having these discussions, behaving the way you are, simply for funsies, simply because you want the attention and you want opposition to come in so that you can be a creature rather than human. And I would hope that you take that into the account. Yes, I am not. Can someone please recite the statistics for suicidality in trans identifying youth?
It's 56%, but is that, I think that's attempt.
Yeah.
Attempt rate.
Attempt is 50.
Mhm. That's attempt.
And I
And,
guys, I'm very sorry if for I didn't mean to make her go run off. I was just saying out loud. I know y'all wanted to have a conversation. I
No,
didn't mean to derail the
Don't
conversation.
apologize. Don't apologize.
No,
No,
not at all.
that's-
Don't.
I did not know her stance on race, and that's not cool. But
I
that
don't
was
either.
why I was like, I had never gotten a chance to speak to her because I haven't gone into her own space.
That was my time. That was my first time ever.
I really
actually
wanted
speaking
to
her.
say something to her, but that's, I mean, wait.
No, I understand.
You're fine.
You know,
that's not cool.
and I try and keep my space as safe as I can. You know, and like I said to people, if any of the guests that I bring up are triggering for anybody, you know, there's no hard feelings if you want to leave and then
Tough because there's no clean line. Like I do think there's a line where someone is gross enough that we're saying we want nothing to do with you, but there's no switch. It's not a switch where all of a sudden you step over a line. It's like now we can't deplatform you. It's going to be subjective. It's going to be relative, and that kind of is at the discretion of the person holding the platform. I think you being informed in that, Goose, was important. But it's hard to say whether or not that would have made it appropriate to kick Kay. So. There's no easy answer to this, I feel like.
Hi Pam, thanks for coming up.
Hi guys.
You're always like a calming voice of reason between you and Nerdy.
I
You
first
guys
want to
are,
just applaud the work you guys have been doing. I try and come on these lives and support mostly in the background, liking and sharing the lives and those kinds of things. And you're working so hard and it's so valuable and so important. So please, don't forget that. And for me, I work in the area of, with families. And so I do a lot of moderating or mediating. And so what I always say when I start work with a family is that I'm going to give everybody grace, but it's going to be grace with boundaries. And those boundaries are going to be my professional boundaries and what's okay, what's not okay. And also that everybody else can sort of communicate a little bit of their boundaries. And so, yeah, I think what Goose was saying, and I realize as a cis, white, heterosexual Canadian woman that I have a lot of privilege. And so I'm not going to know where somebody else's boundary is because of that privilege. And it's important that you communicate that. But I also believe as a counselor that I give grace because I believe in the end that people can change. And sometimes it takes one conversation and sometimes it might take 20 or 30. But I do believe you are actually changing hearts. You are actually changing minds. So, and are there those people that you will never be able to reach? Absolutely. Absolutely there are. And I think we have some ability to recognize that. But if we can try and make the conversation be that because I believe that the hate that's going on, it's fear-based. And so to try and figure out, like, what is it that opposition is so afraid of?
I think I have a generalized question for that, and I guess I'll ask the comment section in here. There's 904 people. I'll set the match. What is it that trans-identifying people take away from you if you are assigned at birth a specific gender, male or female? What do trans women take from you? People that were assigned at birth, women. And what do trans men take from you, men who are assigned at birth? What is it about them that feels so threatening that so many of you have to leave comments telling them that you wish they would all commit self-unalivement? What is it about that less than 5% of the population group that makes you feel so threatened that we are in this live with almost 900 of you now with so many disparaging comments? Why do you feel threatened? What is Goose's handsomeness taking away from you as a man?
And you know what? If anybody wants to come up here and have that conversation, we can definitely do that. You know, I have still a little bit of time. So if what do I have in here? I have 4 people in my guest report. Well, basically 2.
Lunch is over. I gotta go, Goose.
And I'll drop to make some more
Sherry,
room.
I
Bye,
love
Sherry.
your username, Sherry. I've always loved your username.
Thanks.
It just does it for me every time.
But Goose, I'm gonna drop down to keep some room for you. But thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here.
I just because
See you,
I
Sherry.
asked
See you,
this
Mikhail.
question and so many of you just type nothing, not threatening, nothing. So then why are the other comments necessary, right? Why is it necessary to be in here arguing with science, fighting for your lives? Like, why? If they're not threatening, if nothing about them is bothering you, if nothing about them is hindering you, why do you behave the way you do?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, and
I think
go ahead.
I was just saying, for the sake of mental health as well, I think a large majority of the hyper-exaggerated, hateful comments are made by young people who have no prospect in their lives, who are online because they're bored and they like antagonizing people. So while oftentimes when we're online, it's easy to see that as maybe like a larger part of the demographic, they're ultimately generally pretty pathetic, like not to be rude, but pretty pathetic, lonely people who are just, they see online as abstract. It's not full of real people, so they just fuck around online. So I think, you know, that's a big part of it. And we can kind of parse that out by the people that actually come up and have conversations. They generally have philosophical or political ideas that are wrong, or they're fundamentally incorrect about something, and that can be corrected, or at least shown. If they have a bias towards it, it can be shown through this discussion where they're wrong, and the audience can learn from that. So I don't necessarily think that like the people that say like in the comments like all trans people should like self-unalive are all of the people that we're bringing up for those conversations, because we shouldn't be having conversations with those people. They're disgusting. They're not healthy people to even engage with.
Critically, I love when you show me your brain. It's just so cool.
I have
feel like that would hurt my head.
No, your brain is just so pretty. It's so pretty.
Amazing people here. Like, I just want to I gotta take a screenshot.
It's such a pretty brain, Critically. It's not smooth at all.
And I
Super
think too
wrinkled
that
brain.
for some people, especially, so I try and use my privilege to try and reach out to cis women to try and see like what's the issue. And I think again, it's it's fear. It's conflating like a term like cis with somehow being misogynistic. It's having all of this sort of baggage that we all have, and cis women have it, but they don't understand that nothing that they've experienced is taken away by accepting trans women, by accepting trans people. And if they can kind of get a sense of, why are you so afraid of this? Because at the end of the day, I think the real reason is because they are scared that they are going to be treated as horribly as trans people are being treated right now. And so they are acting out of fear, instead of just acknowledging that we all have a right to be loved, to be accepted, to be understood, and to just live a safe, good life.
Serious comment. It's the same conversation we have when we discuss like racism. So yeah.
Hey Wolf, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you guys?
What are your pronouns that we can?
My
call you
pronouns
by?
are they, them.
Very cool.
I'm well into my 30s.
You feel like, are trans men?
Absolutely.
Cool.
I was actually going to come in here and just sort of touch on a point that somebody had made. You know, when we look at the psychology of the human brain, we can go back to high school and elementary school. And isn't it so that almost 70% of the time when you're looking at a bully, that bully is hyper-projecting things that they themselves are insecure about? And it makes me wonder if that same ratio of people in their adult lives are afraid of trans people, not because they're trans, but simply because of an internalized homophobia, that they are worried that they might be attracted to a trans person, not knowing the premise, which seems to be the argument that gets brought up a lot, is that, oh, well, it's a man parading around in a dress. No, it's not, but this seems to be the mentality, and at the end of the day, we look at the anti-trans laws which target genitalia, right? It's always this focus on what somebody has between their legs. It's not about who that person is as a person. And so I really believe that that fear disseminates, again, from that racist topic, right? When we're talking about racism, white people inherently have their fragility and throw their arms up. Why? Because they know what's happening to other people. They're afraid of it happening to them. So when we're talking about this transphobia, is it really, could it be just as simple as people are afraid of what other people might think of them if they were attracted to somebody and validated that identity?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, hey, Katie, I think that fear is born out of like a natural instinct for preserving social status. And I think it really, the insecurity part, I think really hits. People who build their identity not on the goodness and effort they put into the world, build their identity off of their like status. So, and when that status, whether it's like this idea of whiteness or this hegemonic masculinity or whatever, when that status is threatened, by trying to build a more egalitarian society, by offering up that space to other types of people, like that's terrifying, because that's how they lose their social status. When we include like trans men in what it means to be a man, they feel like they're losing their status, their authority over other individuals. So I think that's a big part of it too. It could be because they have, fears about, maybe they have internalized homophobia, other things like that. But a lot of it, I think, as well, is just because people love status, and people who don't really care about being good for the world try to build status through really meaningless like methods, by prioritizing a white identity or a masculine identity or whatever.
I'm sure that there's a level of intersectionality that goes between all three of those issues when it comes to social status, insecurity, and racism. I'm sure that, if we got a psychologist in here, they would be able to really break that down for us in terms that even people who are struggling with the idea of being accepting might be able to disseminate and take home for the critical thought they seem to be so inept at.
I think
Yeah,
it's
can I
important
just
that
add
we
on to that?
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just going to say that I think it's important that we discuss what it means for someone to be transphobic. So first of all, phobia means fear or aversion to. So if someone is calling you transphobic, they're not necessarily saying that you have a fear of trans-identifying people. They are saying that you have an adverse reaction to trans-identifying people. Because again, phobia means fear or aversion to. And also, within this discussion, I don't recall anyone using the word transphobic. I don't recall anyone saying that to anybody. I think there was a conversation about somebody that has presented transphobic information, and you can go view that on their profile if you wish. But if someone has said that you are transphobic, they are not saying that you are afraid of trans people. They are saying that you have an aversion to trans people, and most likely they want to know why. Because I would like to know why. So many adverse reactions, but no one has the unmitigated gall to say it with their vocal cords, and it's quite perplexing, really.
I agree.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on. I think I've noticed that a lot of like cis women that are determined to separate themselves, it seems to come from a place of that. Like, I think it's an aspect of womanhood for women to feel like they're not women enough. There's an echo there. Oh, sorry. There's an aspect where, like, I think every woman has had an experience where she's not felt woman enough or feminine enough, and so there's this feeling of having to fight for that, and it's interesting because they want to separate themselves from other people because they say, well, I've had to go through this and I'm female, and they think that that's the distinction, right? But they don't realize that it's the exact same thing that they're doing to trans people all the time. I mean, I literally, it was a couple of weeks ago now, in a live where this woman was telling me that it wasn't fair to call trans women because all women have been told that they're not women. And that's exactly the point, right? Is using a definition that's inclusive to all women.
Well, and I think that a lot of women really, like a lot of the women that I've been listening to.
Somebody has.
Yeah, Wolf, you're echoing. You might need to mute and unmute.
I agree. I didn't want to interrupt.
Did we fix it?
Drop and come back up.
Yeah.
I only have about 10 more minutes before my kids come out of school. I'm in the pickup line. Thank you for the roses, Villain.
I think it's elaborated through like the whole cis thing. Not even the whole consideration of like whether or not trans people are men/women, but the whole like aversion to the cis label is part of the othering. Because as soon as being a man and being a woman as biologically determined, or whatever that means, isn't the default anymore. As soon as it's a label's added to it, it's not considered this whole normal thing. It affects their status, and it makes them feel less secure and in control of their status in society.
Because of my biology, I have diagnoses that are unique to being biologically female. And within that, I've had to learn that regardless of what storm may come, with or without certain parts of my body, I would still be that bitch. And this is not something that you learn overnight. It's not something that's inheritedly taught to you. But it's eventually something that you get a grasp of, especially when you come face to face with issues of reproduction. With or without my uterus, I would still be that bitch. With or without my chest, I would still be that bitch. With or without my hair, I'm still her. And I've been her. And there's no part of my anatomy that takes that from me. And so
I would love to.
yeah, I think like it's a skill that you develop over time when you become comfortable with yourself. And I think if there's anything we can take from these conversations, there are a lot of people that are not comfortable with themselves. And some of that can be due to society's ideations and how they view women. The fact that you have people on this app every day that dwindle women down to their reproductive organs. And so, yeah, There are lots of facets in conversation to be had, but I find it very disingenuous for men to come into these conversations saying that they are here to crusade and protect women when historically men do not give a fuck about women. They've never cared about women outside of sleeping with women. And it's also embarrassing that majority of the men that have these conversations cannot talk about a woman's biology beyond the fact that she could possibly make babies. And that sucks too. I think if you're going to be a man and stand on the protection of women, maybe you should learn about how women's bodies work. Maybe you should understand reproductive health. Maybe you should understand hormonal imbalances. And then maybe you can get on the internet and crusade. Until then, go away. It's not making you more attractive. It makes you look like more of a bigot. Ugh.
I would love to just respond to that one, Buzzy. Everything but the B word, I totally agree with, because I'm hi, my name's Danielle, Manuel DJ. I love critically because there's a science aspect to it where it's being explained normally. But if you look at my profile, and this is something, Chris and I are friends, and I was identified or labeled or assigned at birth as a female. I was told I had ovarian cancer at 16 and 21, and it wasn't until 23 that I had inverted testicles, that I'm this rare anomaly with AIS syndrome. And AIS, it can be an anomaly, but that doesn't make me less of a female, right? I grew up knowing that I'm this way. Like, I like boy things, I like girl things, but you don't know. And there's no reason for doctors to be able to assign this. And this is why I went into the science field and the medical field, is because we have no place of identifying this for you. We don't.
I think a lot of people get really hung up on the cis quote unquote label. And I want to remind a lot of people that it's not a label, it's a descriptor. It is something that we use the same as you would use big or small, short, tall. Same as you would use big or small, short, tall. So that if there is a trans woman in a room full of cis women, and we need to identify the one person, we can use that adjective, because we would be talking about an experience that is unique to that person, right? And there are different groups of people with unique experience. And just because trans women don't have the same experiences as a biological assigned female at birth woman, it doesn't make them any less of a woman, because they do have experiences that all women share. I
Thank you, love.
Fighting misogyny, sexism, this fake feminism that is exclusionary and exclusive to, what people perceive as biological, when biology has very little to do with being a female. At the end of the day, there are mixed chromosomes all over the place, and there are people like me who quite literally have the brain of a female and the everything else of a man. And we don't fit anywhere because nobody wants to tell us that we have a mental illness. It doesn't work like that.
Wolf is exactly right. I'm sorry for pronouncing your name wrong. Is it Wolf?
Yeah.
Mary?
Yeah.
Okay. They're completely right in that. It's because I don't have a uterus, but I thought I had a uterus. I thought I had ovaries. I was told I had ovaries growing up. That doesn't make my experience less than yours. Just because I can't have a period, just because I can't birth children, doesn't make my experience less than yours. Yeah. It is the same. I grew. I had development. I have my hoo-ha. It works and operates the same, except for the fact that I can't birth children. And doctors didn't tell me this until I'm 23 years old. Like, that's an issue. And the whole term cis, I went for the reach as a scientist as saying, well, you know what? Cis is a medical term and uses a suffix in English for incision, circumcision. It's used to cut. Scissors, it's cut. The derivatives of that are side, which are even worse and more disturbing. But I can't make that reach because it's being used as a prefix. It's just being used as a safe place to let us know how you identify as. And this is something I haven't shared even with Goose or on my live because I get told constantly, well, you can't be a lesbian if you have male chromosomes. But just because I have male hormones or chromosomes and I'm resistant to male hormones, it doesn't mean that, this is how I don't identify as. Again, this is no place for a doctor or a parent to assign. It is for yourself. And for years, I spent worrying that I have this ovarian cancer and I have to go through treatment when it's inverted testicles.
Wow.
Something totally different.
DJ,
DJ, just want to appreciate I'm so sorry.
I was
want to
just gonna say
appreciate
that
so much.
I was going to say that I appreciate you coming on here in front of this many people and sharing that. You're an amazing person, an amazing woman, and you know what? A lesbian, that's you. That's who you are. And you know what? Fuck everybody else. I swear, it's like nobody has the right to tell you who you are and who you aren't. And that is who you are.
And that's just what I was going to say too. As a cis woman, your journey is so valuable. Your voice is so valuable, and there is just room in womanhood for anybody who identifies to want to be there. And I just think that if we just took some time to see the humanness, kindness is always possible. And why don't we spend our time and energy working on our own selves and stop trying to judge and mistreat other people?
I think it's important to acknowledge that we know that there are 63 possible chromosomal matches that can make someone either male or female. And amongst that spectrum, there is space for everyone. There is space for both.
And the
Wolf
Y
and
chromosome is
DJ.
slowly fading.
That
So
there is
what are
room for everyone. And I would hope that people would look themselves in the mirror and try to find the root cause of their disdain and maybe work on that. Because the problem is not the existence of Wolf and DJ.
Well, I just wonder what the argument's going to be when the Y chromosome has completely erased itself out of evolutionary point, like from an evolutionary standpoint. It's already decreased its size almost 70% in the last 100 years. So what happens when men and women are born with the same chromosomes? What's the argument then? And that's a genuine question for all these people in the room that are very anti-us.
Yeah, I think everybody all at once. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, I think as with someone touched on earlier, I think a lot of the reasons why, especially cis men hop on and have frustrations is because there's been a long-standing social paradigm of women being reproductive objects. And as soon as that's lost, and people their identity is based upon self-assessment, self-expression, people lose their ability to use other people for their own ends. And that's scary.
Why they're scrambling to pass all these laws. If you look at the pattern of the laws that are being passed in the States right now, first anti-abortion laws, then anti-trans laws, then laws that allow you to take children and apprehend women. What's the end
You
goal?
also have those states that are now looking at getting rid of, I'll just say it's no fault divorce.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
you've got a whole country that was built, the education system was built by a man who said, I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. The whole end game is to keep women as a receptacle to carry new life. That way they can indoctrinate them younger and build this whole, I don't even know what you want to call it at this point, but
Yeah. People want a recognizable, simple social system that they can identify and they can influence. When people become varied and unique and interesting and complex, that prevents your ability to be able to be as influential, to coerce, to control people.
It's on them. They've created women that do not want to engage with men within their generation or choose to engage with women. That research report just came out in February that told us that 62% of men, I think it's like 18 to 29 or 18 to 30, reported being single, while 32% of women reported being single. And the reason being is it's stated that women are choosing to date women, and also by that same token, women are also choosing to date older men. Other than that, we have that statistic of women that are choosing to get sterilized going up and up every month. And so they've created this system in which, and the craziest part is like people are like, oh, that's the West. But it's not just happening in America. It's happening in Canada. Japan's birth rate dropped below 1.1 million. South Korea's birth rate has dropped. Women are opting to just be with their friends and to not get married to men anymore and to not help society progress because of how society has treated women. And it's coming to bite them in the ass to the point where now you have states that are like, oh, we're going to take away divorce. We're going to take away abortion. So what are women doing? Okay, sterilize. You'll never get a child from me. Now what? It's interesting how the tables turntable. I remember I saw a string of men with lives on here that had backgrounds that say that feminism cannot beat biology. And I hate to burst that bubble of yours, but feminism is kicking biology in the fucking throat.
Well, if I could talk on that, actually, there is like a problem at the moment going on, and I'm sure everyone here knows about it with because we were speaking about the labels and everything, and labels adding like a social identity. There's so many people mad about the trans label at the moment as well, with the argument about whether or not non-binary people fall under that, and a large group of people trying to reduce gender down to one biological factor and negating the entire concept of the psychological and sociological elements. And we've done that throughout history multiple times, and every time it's a bad idea. So like going off of just biology and acting as if society doesn't exist and the way that we conceptualize things in society doesn't exist is dangerous.
not just that, like the social norms that we've come to know, those societal norms of masculinity and femininity, those are new. Like, for anybody listening here, go research the early 1800s. Go further back. The further you go back, the less the roles that you've come to recognize as male and female existed. Makeup was created for men. High heels were created for men. Dresses were created for men. Women couldn't act on stage, so men played the role of women. Men were doing drag as a social norm long before it became taboo. And I'll still tell you what, the church was still responsible for more death, more child essay, more oppression than any one of those people. So
basically, we're living in a system that was created by men that is coming to bite men in their asses because men refuse to get out of the hamster wheel. I think it's been said best by Bell Hooks that patriarchy, while it harms women, the benefit that women have is that women can see patriarchy coming. We can spot it a mile away. But men are the ones that created this patriarchal system, that are fighting essentially the patriarchal system, while the patriarchal system is constantly punching them. They're in a hamster wheel of their own doing. And the way to dismantle that would be for them to get off the hamster wheel, but that would mean relinquishing some sort of the power and relinquishing some sort of the authority. And men, unfortunately, have an ego that would not allow them to do that.
I think at the end of the day, it's not so much the relinquishing the power and the authority. It is getting out of their own way and putting the ego down to call out the other problematic men in their circles. You see, a lot of men are always like, well, it's not all men. You're right, it's not. But what are you doing to change the problem? What are you doing to actively combat it? Because that's your demographic.
I would say it is somewhat about relinquishing power and control, because it's a conversation I had recently that, like Buzz is saying, like, the patriarchy oppresses men as well. It's just covert oppression. It's not as noticeable because it comes in the form of like mental health is like the best example I can think of, right? Like we steer men away from taking care of their mental health. And the thing with that, the reason is essentially because they don't want to see it because the patriarchy benefits them. So it is a lot to do with releasing power and control. They don't want to say this thing is actually damaging to me because it's benefiting them so greatly as well.
I think part of that, and you can take a sympathetic perspective there too, it's that we've trained men to engage in certain behaviors to influence other people. And now we're saying, men, you cannot engage in those behaviors anymore. But we also don't offer them opportunities from a systemic perspective. When it comes to our education system, we're missing the fact that men are falling behind there. When it comes down to like a lot of our other, in our churches, the way we dictate men to be, the type of role a man plays, a lot of our institutions are continuing to not offer up opportunities and models for what it is to be a healthy man, for what it is to actually connect directly, instead of expecting a woman to submit to you and be part of your sexual objectification, but to actually create a long-term meaningful connection. That's not being given. So I think we also need to do a good job of cultivating in media, in all of our institutions, these types of models, because unfortunately they're really, really lacking. And I totally get why, especially young and educated men are scared. They're scared because they feel like they don't have the tools. They haven't been given the tools by their family, and they don't have the tools to be able to move forward and actually create meaningful connections because they've been given a stereotype to enact on instead of actually being a real, lived, fully holistic human being.
You see that because society has taught men that boys don't cry and that they should be strong, that they have to bear the brunt, that they can't show emotions, that they cannot be soft, that these things don't exist. And then you have women that fell victims of patriarchy, that perpetuate patriarchy by teaching men to be like their fathers were instead of making better men. And that cycle continues. And we know this because while men have the most successful unalivement rates, women have the most attempts. And for the men that failed, when asked why they attempted, the number one answer is because they said they didn't feel like they could communicate what was happening in their life. They didn't feel like they had someone to talk to. They didn't feel like they had someone to express themselves to that was actually genuinely listening to them. And while the reason why women had the most attempts, be it though they were unsuccessful, is because women traditionally chose a method that was cleaner, while men would go for whatever was quick and right beside them, regardless of what that looked like in the end. And I think that too speaks to patriarchy and how women are taught to view themselves in society, and both how men are taught to be in society, to never display what can be considered weakness. And I mean, you can see some of that in this comment section now. It's very interesting.
I think the hypersexualization of our generations has also played a large part in that. because, as a result of hypersexualizing our media, we've now sexualized our children, and that plays a big role in your self-esteem and your mental health and your mental well-being, especially as you get older. You think of teenage boys always joking about who's still a virgin. Girls, not so much that I'm aware of, but boys definitely.
It happens with girls. They tend to use the word prude.
Oh.
Yeah, prudent.
It's prude if
But
you don't do enough.
women and girls
But
also
women need
get
to cover up too.
women.
That'll-
Women also get shamed. I won't use the term that goes with it. There's still dress codes in schools that are all based on what girls need to dress like, because boys can't, focus on school if girls are dressed a certain way. Historically, we also can't forget that the gender roles that have been sort of perpetuated for a long time. Even in the Middle Ages, women and men weren't allowed to get divorced, but what men were allowed to do is they were allowed to literally sell their wife to another man as a way to kind of get rid of that woman so they could move to somebody else. So I'm raising girls and a boy, and the difference in how we're treated. So I think it's important for us to understand that so much has been pushed on the genders for eons. And I think this is partly why there is this cognitive dissonance going on in society right now, is because if people are allowed to accept that different people have different gender identities, then what does that say about each of us as an individual and what we've been through? The gender roles that we were sort of either told to adhere to or not adhere to. So it brings this kind of crisis that we have within our own self. If we accept that things are more fluid, if we accept that things are more diverse, then we also have to take a look at our own journey and where we actually fit.
Yeah, I think it comes from the fact that a lot of the ideas of masculinity and femininity, it's been taught to people for a long time that that's the healthy way to be, that men have to adhere to masculine traits because that's healthy for men. But it's something that has been studied, is like the psychological effects of when it comes to people, like psychological health of people who are exhibiting mostly masculine traits who are men, and then people who are exhibiting mostly feminine traits are women. And what they found is interesting because it was people who they named androgynous, like exhibiting sort of an equal distribution of both masculine and feminine traits, had the same, like, better levels of mental stability across all factors except two. And I can't remember the second one, but it was that they were at about the same level when it came to self-esteem as men, which, again, it makes perfect sense, right? Because, like, of course, men are going to have higher levels of self-esteem when they're adhering to masculine traits, because masculine traits are considered more valuable in a large majority of society. And it's somebody raised the point to me, oh God, this is going way back in debates now, but they were talking about the levels of narcissism rising in women, and it's like women's levels of narcissism, and it's just narcissistic traits. It's not that they're actually diagnosed narcissists, right? Have risen, I think, several times more than men's have in the last sort of 20 years. And it's like, well, that makes perfect sense because women are becoming more valuable every day in society, and we've been pushing for that.
That inflated sense of belonging. And it's almost necessary for women to develop that, especially if they are single, engaging in society, engaging in the workforce, especially with the education statistics that currently puts women above men. I think right now the most educated demographic in the United States of America are Black women. But I also think that we can look at the harm of patriarchy within society.
Could I just clarify one thing? Sorry, just when it came to the narcissist, it wasn't even like inflated sense of self-importance. It was just like the characteristic of self-importance, like the level of narcissism in women on average is nowhere near like enough to be classified as narcissistic personalities. disorder. From what I remember, it was about 0.42, and I think the level on the narcissistic scale is around 3.15 that you have to reach to be over that threshold. So it's just the narcissistic traits that they're like at their basis, like just self-importance, like sense of self-importance was what was measured. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that for anyone, because it was the entire reason that the person that brought that study up to me was because they were like overinflating it to be that women were becoming narcissists.
Oh, that's funny. No, I think like we can also look at like other factors of which like we know that according to RAINN, it's 1 in 6 women will be the victim of an attempted or completed sex crime in their life. But we also know that 1 in 33 men will have a similar or same experience. But when we look at both of those factors, commonality is that the number one perpetrator to these victims are men. And that leans to like that whole conversation of men not having an appropriate outlet for whatever could be hidden or buried there. It's definitely interesting when you start talking about patriarchy in a very like real way, in a way that's not exactly placing blame, but trying to figure out what the root cause would be. It does in some ways seem like a snake eating its tail.
Yeah, and I think one thing that Katie mentioned, I think has, I was just gonna say one thing that Katie mentioned as well, around like the narcissism. Yeah, I think one thing that what's happening there is there's an intersection of greater degrees of gender equality with issues of other institutions like capitalism. Like from my personal perspective, I think a hyper-capitalist system breeds narcissistic behavior. Originally, that narcissistic behavior was entitled to men. So men were able to engage in their community as narcissists. They said, this is the way I want things to be. My will is the way. And as we are moving towards a more gender equal society and working on dismantling the patriarchy, we're actually seeing some of the effects of capitalism seep in. So sure, we're seeing actually a broader increase in overall narcissism. So I think we also need to pay attention to other areas. This is the importance of intersectionality. We need to pay attention to other institutions that are causing problems in our society. Because if we, only focus on gender and don't focus on capitalism and other corrosive elements, we might have equality, but then we still have other issues with class. And now women are now being the agents to enact issues with class and suppress other people. So I think part of this broad project is being inclusive and adding on many other methods of dealing with social inequality in society.
I 1000% obviously agree with critically. I love you, adore you. I think you're awesome for how you explain things, how you speak. It's very eloquent. Counselor, as far as what you said, I completely agree with that. I live in a state where it is still okay to beat your wife on the courthouse steps on Sundays. I live in a state where showing your collarbone when you are in school is considered means for suspension or expulsion. That's tough.
Yeah, and we teach our girls how to protect themselves instead of teaching our boys not to harm other people.
At these spaces, even if you were to have like a gender studies class, and places like Florida where our governor just signed the bill against like DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, for anybody that was wondering, that takes away DEI out of public colleges. These are colleges. These are fully grown adults, to which he's talking about indoctrination for these grown-ass people that are fully capable of making their own decisions. So even if we were to have these discussions, you have states like Florida where you can't have conversation on gender studies, on equity and inclusion. You can't have the talk of intersectionality to learn how to be better, how to better function in society. And essentially what's going to happen is women are just going to keep doing what they're doing now, which is essentially taking care of themselves, ignoring men if necessary, buying protective gear to cover their drinks, and dating other women if that's what makes them feel safe.
I'm trying to get off TikTok. Now I'm unmuted. Hey guys.
Hey
You
Goose.
guys, all of you guys, thank you.
That's
I was
nice.
listening the whole time. Wawa, I see you. I'm going to end, guys, but critically, Buzzy, Counselor, Katie Wolf, DJ, everybody, thank you for joining my panel and having a great conversation as always.
Thanks for joining the discussion. It was good talking to you.
Thanks for